Howdy, my friends. Tonight, we're exploring the forgotten history of the pocket watch, a symbol of time, status, and craftsmanship that once ruled daily life. Long before smartphones or wristwatches, the pocket watch was both a tool and a treasure. It marked train schedules, business deals, and personal moments. So before we explore this together, take a moment to drop a like and subscribe if you enjoy the effort pushed here daily. Also, please let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, as I love seeing how this connects us all together. Now, dim those pesky lights, grab your comfy spot, and let's ease into our journey here tonight, shall we? Most likely you're wearing a watch at the moment. Perhaps it's cleverly buzzing on your wrist to remind you of meetings and to keep track of your steps. Maybe it's a classic watch that your father gave you, the kind that ticks in a nice way when you press it to your ear. The pocket watch, a small mechanical marvel that sat for centuries in the hearts of farmers, emperors, and everyone else in between, is the grandfather of all personal timepieces. The invention of the pocket watch was not a sudden horological miracle. No, it developed gradually, as most good things do. Clockmakers were working in their workshops in the early 1500s, attempting to reduce the enormous tower clocks that ruled European cities. These initial attempts were roughly as accurate as a sundial during a thunderstorm and as portable as a small refrigerator. When someone, whom historians still disagree about, figured out how to make a mainspring small enough to fit in something you could actually carry, that was the real breakthrough. This was more than just engineering. It was like packing a water wheel's force into a biscuit-sized object. The revolutionary idea behind those early pocket watches was that time was no longer bound by location. They were cumbersome, heavy devices that hung from chains like portable anvils. It's critical to comprehend what this meant. Prior to the invention of pocket watches, time was determined by the sound of church bells, the town square, and the cycle of sunrise and sunset. All of a sudden, time itself could be owned by regular people. They were able to plan meetings, schedule appointments, divide their days into manageable chunks, and, perhaps most importantly, arrive subtly late. The first pocket watches were expensive luxury items that most people couldn't afford in a year. They were mechanical wonders, conversation starters, and status symbols that gave their owners the impression that they were carrying a piece of the future. Rich merchants wore them as symbols of their success, and kings gathered them like precious gems. This is where the story starts to get interesting, though. The pocket watch was not exclusive for very long, as is the case with most high-end products. Craftsmen discovered ways to improve, lower the cost, and increase their dependability. By the 1600s, middle-class professionals wore simple timepieces, and by the 1700s, even farmers were using their watches to determine when it was time for their afternoon naps. The initial designs were endearingly flawed. Some clocks were so bad at keeping time that their owners had to wind them several times a day, but they still showed up everywhere either fashionably late or embarrassingly early. The faces were frequently artistic creations, such as intricate enamel paintings of mythological characters, pastoral landscapes, or loved ones' portraits. Having one was similar to having a small gallery in your vest pocket. The way these early pocket watches altered people's perspectives on their days is what most intrigues me about them. In the past, you might have said, "I'll meet you when the sun is halfway down the sky." Today you could say, "I'll meet you at 3:15. This accuracy revolutionized social life, travel and commerce in ways their creators could never have predicted. Tower clocks were never able to achieve the same level of personalization as the pocket watch. Like feeding a pet, you wind the device each morning. You dozed off while listening to its steady tick. Not only did you lose track of time when it broke, but you also lost a friend. As symbols of love, husbands gave them to wives, fathers handed them down to sons, and lovers traded them. By the late 1600s, anyone who wanted to be respected had to have a pocket watch. Keeping up with a world that was starting to move at a more mechanical pace was more important than simply keeping time. When the 1700s arrived, pocket watches entered what could be described as their awkward adolescence. They were becoming increasingly sophisticated, but they still needed to mature. The fundamental idea was sound, but the way it was carried out needed improvement. It takes a lot of work. Accuracy was the primary issue. The accuracy of early pocket watches was comparable to that of weather forecasts. That is, they were accurate enough to maintain interest, but inaccurate enough to create serious issues. It's possible for a merchant who gets to the market an hour early to find out that his watch has been running fast for the past 3 days. Or worse, his watch might decide to take an unplanned break, causing him to miss a crucial meeting. The story becomes wonderfully obsessive at this point. Clockmakers throughout Europe were enthralled with the task of designing the perfect pocket watch. Like musical virtuosos, they were creating time itself, one tick at a time rather than symphonies. The balance wheel, a tiny rotating component that became the beating heart of any high-quality pocket watch, was the breakthrough. Consider it the more portable, smaller cousin of the pendulum. Time could be divided into remarkably accurate segments by this tiny device, which oscillated back and forth with such regularity. Delicate, precisely balanced, and calibrated with the accuracy of a master chef measuring spices, the best balance wheels were themselves works of art. The undisputed masters of pocket watch accuracy were English clockmakers, especially those based in London. They created methods for creating gears that were so smooth they didn't seem to tick, but rather whispered. They produced such exquisite cases that affluent clients purchased them for their visual appeal as much as their ability to tell time. But in surprising ways, the Swiss transformed the sector. Swiss artisans started thinking about mass production, while the English concentrated on making the most exquisite and accurate timepieces for the affluent. They created methods for producing dependable pocket watches that the average working person could afford. There were significant societal repercussions from this democratization of timekeeping. A factory worker could now own the same kind of precision watch as his boss for the first time in human history. Both could arrive at exactly the same time and know they were on time, but this didn't exactly level the playing field because the worker had a plain steel watch, and the boss still had a gold one that was encrusted with diamonds. Additionally, the pocket watch emerged as a key component of the professional culture. Teachers used them to organise their lessons, doctors used them to time patients' pulses, and lawyers used them to bill by the hour. Time is money was no longer merely a catchphrase. It was a quantifiable fact that you could grasp in your hand. The most endearing thing about pocket watches from the 18th century is how their designers couldn't help but add tiny details that made them fun to own, even though they had no functional use. On the hour, some performed little melodies. Others had miniature astronomical displays that displayed the planet's positions or the moon's phases. A handful of aspirational artisans produced timepieces with numerous complications, mechanical elements that could record the day of the week, the date, and even leap years. These were portable entertainment systems rather than merely watches. You could surreptitiously check not only the time, but also whether Saturn was in the right celestial alignment for making crucial business decisions during lengthy carriage rides or dull social gatherings. The cases themselves were transformed into artistic canvases. They were adorned with elaborate designs, family crests, and significant inscriptions by talented engravers. Touching personal messages like, "To my beloved son on his wedding day," "In memory of faithful service," or occasionally just "Time flies, but memories remain," are found on a lot of pocket watches from this era. The railroad, which was invented in the early 1800s, would fundamentally alter how people perceived time. All of a sudden, taking a few minutes off was not only inconvenient, but also potentially fatal. You see, approximate timing was perfectly acceptable when long-distance travel was primarily accomplished by horse and carriage. Passengers just waited if the afternoon stage was running late. You catch the next one tomorrow or the day after if you missed the previous one. Time was still pliable and forgiving. Trains, however, altered all of that. They followed timetables that were measured in minutes rather than hours. More significantly, they were on the same tracks, which meant that two trains that were even slightly behind schedule could end up sharing a section of railroad at the same time, which would inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The pocket watch industry grew to meet the unprecedented demand for accurate timekeeping that resulted from this. Conductors, engineers, and station masters were required by railroad companies to wear watches that adhered to stringent accuracy requirements. These were precise devices that needed to maintain time within seconds, not minutes, so they weren't just any pocket watches. The railroad pocket watch evolved into a symbol of expertise. Large, sturdy, and built to continue operating precisely in spite of the frequent jarring and vibration of train travel, these timepieces were the norm. Because a conductor had to rapidly check the time, even in low light or while travelling at high speed, they had faces that were bold and easy to read. Railroad companies set up complex synchronization systems, because they took accuracy and timekeeping very seriously. Railroad workers would be able to adjust their watches to match the master clock by using the telegraph to transmit official time signals at major stations. As a result, a truly standardized time system that covered great distances was established for the first time in human history. It had a huge social impact. Prior to the invention of railroads, each town maintained its own local time, which was typically determined by the time the sun rose. This implied that it might be 11:47 in Philadelphia and 12:13 in Boston at noon in New York. This had little bearing on day-to-day existence. It was chaos for railroad scheduling. Pocket watches became the tools that enabled the standardized time zones that were imposed by the railroads. All of a sudden, millions of people were adjusting their daily routines to the mechanical accuracy of their own timepieces rather than the sun or church bells. Significant advancements in the production of pocket watches also occurred during this time. In order to simplify repairs and increase manufacturing efficiency, American companies such as Waltham and Elgin started manufacturing watches with interchangeable parts. Each watch was no longer a one-of-a-kind, handcrafted object. Rather, they were precision-engineered products that were simple to maintain and could be assembled rapidly. The railroad standard pocket watch rose to prominence as a symbol of industrial accuracy in America. These watches were constructed to endure the harsh conditions of railroad work, passed stringent testing, and received accuracy certification. They were also beautiful items. Even the most practical railroad watch had tasteful hands, well-crafted numerals, and cases that were both practical and beautiful. However, the way that pocket watches became ingrained in professional identity was perhaps the most intriguing development of this era. A railroad man's watch represented his dependability, accuracy, and dedication to safety. It was more than just a tool. Since being able to tell the exact time was essential to their professional reputation, these men would spend their own money on the best watches they could afford. The practice of inspecting and certifying watches was also started during the railroad pocket watch era. Professional watch inspectors were hired by railroad companies to regularly check timepieces to make sure they adhered to the stringent requirements needed for safe operation. As a result, a culture of superior horology was established, which impacted watchmaking for many years to come. One could refer to the late 19th and early 20th centuries as the golden age of the pocket watch. At this time, the technical and cultural significance of these mechanical wonders peaked. Pocket watches were more than just timepieces during this time. They were technological marvels, family heirlooms, and statements all combined into one sophisticated package. The diversity was astounding. For a few dollars, you could purchase a straightforward, dependable watch, or you could commission a work of art that took years to complete and cost more than a house. This era's luxury timepieces were truly remarkable. Even today, the intricate timepieces made by master craftsmen seem almost magical. In addition to telling you the time, some watches can also tell you the date, the day of the week, the month, the year, and the moon phase. Others had minute repeaters, which were devices that, when a button was pressed, would chime out the time so that you could determine the hour even in total darkness. Perpetual calendars that automatically corrected for leap years and would stay accurate for centuries without human correction were among the most ambitious pieces. These weren't merely timepieces. They were tiny mechanical computers that were designed to track the intricate details of our calendar system with amazing accuracy. However, not only the affluent adopted pocket watches during this heyday. Working-class people could now afford dependable timepieces thanks to mass production techniques, and owning a watch came to be seen as a sign of respectability and responsibility. When a young man got his first pocket watch, he was taking part in a milestone as important as getting his first job or suit. The pocket watch was an integral part of everyday life. Winding your watch each morning was a meditative way to connect with your own timepiece. You would check the time throughout the day by using a familiar motion to reach into your vest pocket and pull out the watch by its chain. This wasn't merely practical. It was a little act that showed the world that you were a person who appreciated accuracy and timeliness. The chains themselves turned into fashion accessories. Some were straightforward and practical, while others were ornate pieces of jewellery with meaningful charms, decorative fobs, and intricate links. For socially conservative men, a watch chain was frequently one of the few pieces of jewellery they could wear without looking garish. Interesting tales about the owners of these pocket watches can be found in their cases. Numerous ones had initials, family crests, or private messages engraved on them. Some had hinged backs that opened to reveal pictures of loved ones, making them portable, private shrines. The way that pocket watches from this era became stores of meaning and memory is what makes them so poignant. A father would pass his watch to his son and tell him about its past exploits. It is possible for a wife to have a romantic inscription engraved on her husband's watch. Immigrants brought timepieces that linked them to the nations they had left behind, and soldiers carried watches that brought them back to their homeland. During this heyday, the quality of manufacturing was exceptional. American firms like Hamilton, Waltham and Illinois, as well as Swiss producers Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, were creating watches that were not only precise but also long-lasting. More than a century later, many pocket watches from this era are still functional, which speaks volumes about the craftsmanship of their creators and the resilience of mechanical engineering. In ways that are difficult to imagine today, the pocket watch also became essential to professional life. They were used by doctors to track treatment outcomes and time patients' pulses. Attorneys charged their clients according to the exact timing of their consultations. Factory managers used stopwatch accuracy to coordinate shift changes. The pocket watch, a necessary tool that structured and organised daily life, was the smartphone of its time. Some of the most fascinating tales from the Golden Age feature unsung heroes who depended on pocket watches in ways their creators never imagined, despite the fact that we frequently associate them with affluent gentlemen wearing top hats. Consider nurses. Nurses found that pocket watches were crucial instruments for patient monitoring during a time when the medical field was becoming more scientific. They used to coordinate patient care, track pulse rates, and time medication intervals by pinning tiny, sophisticated watches, the forerunners of contemporary nursing watches, to their uniforms. Since precise timing could mean the difference between life and death, these women, many of whom were from low-income families, invested their own funds in high-quality timepieces. The relationship between rural mail carriers and pocket watches became almost mystical. These postal workers used a combination of landmarks, instinct and exact timing to navigate before GPS or even trustworthy road maps were available. A carrier might be aware that the walk from the Johnson farm to the creek took precisely 17 minutes, and that it took an additional 12 minutes to get to the Miller residence. They used their pocket watches as navigational aids to keep track of their schedules while travelling miles on country roads in a variety of weather conditions. Most astonishingly, blind people found that their pocket watches could be used as highly advanced assistive technology. In order to directly feel the hand's position, many pocket watches from this era had cases that could be opened with one hand. The first tactile timepieces in history were made possible by certain watches that were specially made with raised hands and numerals. A pocket watch became a means of preserving independence and navigating social situations with assurance for those who were unable to rely on visual cues. Pocket watches in the mining industry developed a unique relationship. Miners depended on sturdy timepieces that could endure harsh conditions because they worked deep underground, where natural light never reached and shift schedules were essential for safety. Because they knew that synchronized timing could prevent accidents and coordinate rescue operations, mining companies frequently included watches as part of their safety equipment to maintain the exact timing needed for their beacon operations. Lighthouse keepers, those lone protectors of coastal safety, used pocket watches. Every lighthouse had a distinct pattern of lights, a particular series of flashes that made it easier for ships to locate them. Lighthouse keepers became proficient at using their pocket watches to maintain these life-saving rhythms because maintaining these patterns required split-second timing. These professional applications are intriguing because they drove innovation in watchmaking in unanticipated ways. Watches that were easy to sterilize were necessary for nurses. Timepieces that could withstand explosions and cave-ins were necessary for miners. Watches that could remain accurate in severe weather conditions were essential for lighthouse keepers. In response, manufacturers created customized designs. To guard against industrial equipment, some watches had anti-magnetic shields. Others had reinforced cases that were resilient to severe physical harm. Using radium-based paint that glowed in total darkness, a few companies produced pocket watches with glowing hands and numerals, but they were unaware of the potential health hazards associated with this invention. Innovation was still fueled by the railroad sector, but in more complex ways. Some of the most sophisticated mechanical engineering of this era was found in the railroad pocket watches. Despite the physical demands of railroad work, temperature fluctuations, and continuous vibration, they had to maintain precise time. Railroad-approved timepieces had to remain accurate within seconds over weeks or months, which was a very demanding testing process. However, the most heartwarming tales are probably those of regular people who discovered extraordinary significance in their pocket watches. According to some stories, immigrants sold almost everything they owned but retained their family watches as reminders of their former homes. Veterans who maintained routines that aided in their reintegration into society by using their military-issued pocket watches. Farmers who used Swiss clockwork precision to time everything from livestock feeding schedules to crop plantings. Challenges in the early 20th century would drastically alter how people interacted with their watches. The world had never before seen such demands for precise timing as it did during the Great War, as it was then known. An unprecedented level of coordination was needed for military operations. Barrages of artillery had to be timed to the second. Across miles of battlefield, infantry advances had to be coordinated. Everyone had to follow the same exact schedule in order for units to communicate with one another. Military leaders initially believed that conventional pocket watches would satisfy these requirements. After all, for decades, railroad companies and other industries had benefited greatly from these timepieces. However, the limitations of pocket-based timekeeping were soon exposed by the realities of trench warfare. When carrying equipment, crawling through mud, or operating heavy machinery, soldiers found that it was frequently impossible to reach into a pocket to check the time. Even worse, removing a pocket watch could reveal a soldier's location to enemy observers. Military personnel needed a discreet and speedy way to check the time. Unexpectedly, women's watches provided the answer. Watchmakers have been making tiny wristwatches for decades, mostly as jewellery for affluent women. Serious men tended to dismiss these bracelet watches as frivolous decorations and viewed them as feminine accessories. However, social convention was overruled by military necessity. At first, soldiers used makeshift leather bands, or even bits of wire to strap tiny watches to their wrists. They found that, in addition to being more practical, wrist-worn timepieces were also more accurate than pocket watches in combat situations. The change took time. Throughout the war, many military officers preferred conventional pocket watches over wristwatches because they were seen as unmanly. However, enlisted men rapidly embraced wrist-worn timepieces as necessary gear after encountering the practical realities of contemporary warfare. This change reflected a wider shift in how people lived and worked, not just a change in fashion. Compared to the leisurely Victorian era that gave rise to pocket watch culture, the post-war world was quicker, more mobile and more demanding. Wristwatches were more appropriate for the more active lifestyles of women who had joined the workforce in previously unheard-of numbers during the war. Workers in factories found that timepieces worn on the wrist were less likely to snag on equipment. Outdoor enthusiasts and athletes discovered that wristwatches were more useful for keeping track of physical activities. At first, the watch industry opposed this shift. Manufacturers were reluctant to give up their decades of experience in developing pocket watch technology. However, adaptation was ultimately compelled by consumer demand. Businesses started producing wristwatches with the same accuracy and dependability that had made pocket watches popular. But the change didn't happen all at once. Pocket watches continued to be popular among specific age groups and professions throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Because railroad rules had not yet been changed to allow wristwatches, railroad employees still preferred them. Compared to their wrist-worn counterparts, older gentlemen regarded pocket watches as more formal and dignified. An intriguing generational divide resulted from this. While their elders saw pocket watches as symbols of tradition and sophistication, younger people embraced wristwatches as symbols of modernity and progress. Choosing between a wristwatch and a pocket watch has evolved into a subtly expressed statement about your values and position in a world that is changing quickly. This transition became even more complicated as a result of the Great Depression. Long after wristwatches had gained popularity, many families continued to use inherited pocket watches because they could not afford new timepieces. As a result, pocket watches started to be linked to both tradition and improvisation. Ironically, some of the most inventive pocket watch designs ever produced were also influenced by this economic pressure. Desperate to keep their market share, manufacturers started creating watches that could be worn as wrist and pocket watches. These adaptable styles included detachable cases that could be strapped to the wrist or worn on chains as needed. By the 1940s, it was clear that pocket watches would become commonplace timepieces. The post-war economic boom made new wrist-worn timepieces affordable for nearly everyone, and World War II accelerated the adoption of wristwatches for evidently practical reasons. But rather than just vanishing, something intriguing occurred. Unexpected places gave pocket watches new life, and they took on significance that their original designers never intended. They evolved into wedding tokens, retirement gifts, and graduation presents, items selected for their symbolic value rather than their usefulness. In addition to passing on a timepiece, a grandfather who gave his grandson his pocket watch was also imparting a link to an alternative perspective on time. Those early proponents of pocket watch accuracy, railroad companies, gradually loosened their standards for allowing certified wristwatches. However, out of habit, pride in their jobs, and sincere love for these mechanical companions they had depended on for decades, many veteran railroad workers kept carrying pocket watches. During this period of transition, the medical field developed a complex relationship with pocket watches of its own. Many older doctors still carried pocket watches as a sign of their professional authority and ties to medical tradition, while nurses had mostly shifted to wrist-worn timepieces and pin-on watches. The situation for watchmakers was intriguing. Although there was still a significant need for repair and maintenance services, the market for new pocket watches had all but vanished. This led to the development of a specialised craft that was more concerned with maintaining already existing timepieces than with making new ones. Master horologists took on the role of vintage auto mechanics, repairing devices that were too valuable and significant to be abandoned but were no longer being produced. Unexpectedly, pocket watches started to show up in counterculture movements in the 1960s and 1970s. Adopting pocket watches as symbols of individualism and a link to pre-industrial values, young people rejected the conformity of conventional wristwatches. This wasn't about nostalgia, rather, it was about demonstrating that you worked on your own time, independent of the fast-paced nature of contemporary business life. Collectors started to acknowledge pocket watches as authentic works of art and historical relics. Museums began collecting important examples for their permanent collections, and auction houses began holding specialty sales with timepieces from well-known manufacturers. Once commonplace items became cultural treasures deserving of preservation and study. Mechanical timepieces appeared even more outdated with the quartz revolution of the 1970s and the digital watch boom of the 1980s. However, this advancement in technology also brought attention to the unique qualities of conventional mechanical watches. A well-kept pocket watch symbolised durability, artistry, and the joy of possessing something that was made to last for generations in a world of throwaway electronics. Pocket watches now hold a special place in how we relate to time and technology. They are both outdated and timeless, deeply significant and impractical. Some artisans continue to create new ones, typically as collectors' specialties or luxury goods. We still purchase, sell, restore and cherish vintage examples. The most amazing aspect of the pocket watch narrative is how these mechanical contraptions influenced and produced our contemporary conception of personal time. Prior to pocket watches, time was governed by local clocks, church bells and organic rhythms. Time became precise, individualised and portable after pocket watches. You're continuing a tradition that started when early clockmakers tried to fit the power of a tower clock into a pocket-sized device every time you look at your smartwatch or check the time on your phone. The basic human need to carry time with us, personalise it, and use it to plan our lives with the people and activities we care about has not changed despite the significant advancements in technology. We learned from the pocket watch that mechanical accuracy could be beautiful, that time could be owned, and that being on time could be a virtue. We're still learning how those lessons influenced the modern world. It's not bad for a tiny metal disc that fits neatly in your pocket. Picture this. You're standing on a wooden dock somewhere along the Norwegian coast around 950 AD, watching 30-odd bearded men load supplies onto what looks like an oversized canoe with delusions of grandeur. This ship is your ride for the next several months, a Viking Longship that's about as comfortable as sleeping on a park bench during a thunderstorm. You'd probably expect something impressive, right? Perhaps you were expecting a majestic vessel with towering masts and spacious quarters. Well, surprise! Your new home measures roughly 75 feet long and maybe 15 feet wide at its broadest point. That's smaller than most modern two-bedroom apartments, and you're sharing it with 30 other people who haven't discovered deodorant yet. The whole thing sits so low in the water that you could practically drag your fingers in the sea while sitting on the side. The ship itself is actually a marvel of engineering, though your back won't appreciate that fact after the first week. Built from overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, it's designed to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a yoga instructor, incredibly flexible. But that doesn't mean you want to spend months pressed up against one. Your sleeping arrangements would make a college dorm room look luxurious. There are no beds, no hammocks, just a thin layer of animal hide between you and the wooden deck. Everyone sleeps wherever they can obtain space, which usually means curled up next to the guy who's been eating nothing but salted fish and onions for 3 weeks. The ship rocks constantly, even in calm weather, creating a gentle swaying motion that sounds romantic until you realise it never, ever stops. These longships are both very strong and very fragile, which is their most interesting feature. They are capable of manoeuvring through enormous waves and rough seas, effortlessly gliding across the water. However, a misstep on a loose plank can quickly lead to an unexpected immersion in the North Atlantic. The Vikings built these ships to be fast and manoeuvrable, not comfortable, which becomes painfully obvious the moment you try to find a spot to sit that doesn't involve someone's elbow in your ribs. Storage space is at such a premium that every inch matters. Your personal belongings, assuming you have any beyond the clothes on your back, get stuffed into whatever tiny gap you can discover. Most of your fellow passengers have brought along weapons, tools and trading goods, all of which take precedence over luxury items like extra clothing, or anything resembling comfort. The ship's sides are lined with shields when you're not rowing, which serves the dual purpose of protection and decoration. It looks impressive from a distance, like a floating rainbow of war gear. Up close, however, you realise these shields also double as dinner tables, cutting boards and makeshift pillows, medieval multitasking at its finest. What strikes you most about life aboard is how exposed everything feels. There's no privacy, no escape from the elements, and absolutely nowhere to hide when that person who brought the fermented shark starts opening his lunch. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, and your tiny wooden world feels both insignificant and miraculous, floating on all that vastness. The crew moves around the ship with practiced ease, stepping over sleeping bodies and ducking under ropes with the grace of dancers who've perfected their routine through sheer necessity. You, meanwhile, spend most of your time trying not to trip over the various bits of rope, sail, and humanity scattered across every available surface. As you settle in for your first night aboard, listening to the creak of wood and the slap of waves against the hull, you begin to understand that this journey will test every assumption you've ever had about comfort, privacy, and personal space. Welcome to Viking travel, where the journey truly is the destination, mainly because you'll spend so much time getting there. Morning aboard a Viking longship arrives whether you're ready or not, usually announced by someone stepping on your leg while heading to the side of the boat for their morning constitutional. Privacy, as you quickly discover, is a concept as foreign to Vikings as indoor plumbing, which is to say, completely non-existent. Your daily routine begins with the delightful realization that everything you own is damp. The North Sea has a way of making itself known through every gap in the ship's construction, and moisture becomes your constant companion. Your clothes feel perpetually clammy, your bedding squelches when you move, and even your thoughts seem to develop a thin layer of condensation. Breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of whatever dried, salted or pickled provisions haven't gone stale overnight. The Vikings were masters of food preservation, mainly because they had to be. Fresh food deteriorates rapidly in an environment dominated by salt water, and there are no convenient options for dining, such as a medieval fast food establishment. You'll become intimately acquainted with hardtack, a biscuit so tough it could probably stop an arrow in battle, and frequently serves double duty as both food and construction material for emergency ship repairs. The ship's fresh water supply lives in wooden barrels that take up precious space, but represent the difference between life and a very uncomfortable death. Water is rationed carefully, and you learn to appreciate every slightly stale, wooden-flavoured sip. Beer also makes an appearance in these barrels, not because the Vikings were party animals, but because fermented beverages stayed safe to drink longer than plain water. Alcohol's miraculous ability to ensure food safety during the medieval era is truly remarkable. personal hygiene becomes an exercise in creativity and compromise. You might get to wash your face and hands with seawater, which leaves your skin feeling like you've been rubbing it with sandpaper, but at least removes some of the accumulating grime. Hair washing happens when it rains, assuming you can position yourself to catch the runoff. The remainder of the time, one can only hope that others share a similar level of odour as oneself. The toilet situation deserves special mention, if only because it's so memorably awful. The head consists of a bucket or a hole cut in a plank that hangs over the side of the ship. Using it requires timing the waves correctly, maintaining your balance, and praying that the wind doesn't shift direction at an inopportune moment. Privacy means hoping everyone else is politely looking the other way, which they usually are, having been through this awkward dance themselves. Clothing serves multiple purposes beyond basic modesty. Your cloak doubles as a blanket, your boots work as pillows, and your belt holds everything from eating utensils to emergency rope. Vikings dressed in layers, wool and linen primarily, which sounds practical until you realise that wet wool smells like a combination of wet dog and regret, and takes forever to dry in the perpetually humid ship environment. Medical care consists mainly of hoping nothing goes seriously wrong, because your options are limited to whatever herbal remedies someone thought to bring along, plus the time-honoured tradition of walking it off. Minor cuts are treated with whatever cleanish cloth is available, while more serious injuries require creative problem-solving and a lot of optimism. The ship's rhythm dictates everything. When the wind picks up, everyone not actively sailing tries to stay out of the way of the crew, managing the sail and steering. When it dies down, you might discover yourself grabbing an oar and contributing to the collective effort of making the boat move forward through sheer muscle power. There's no such thing as a passenger on a Viking longship. Everyone contributes something, even if it's just staying quiet while other people work. Weather becomes your constant obsession. You learn to read clouds like ancient scriptures, watching for signs of storms that could turn your already uncomfortable journey into a genuinely life-threatening situation. The ship handles rough seas remarkably well, but remarkably well still means getting thrown around like laundry in a washing machine while trying to keep your meagre possessions from disappearing overboard. Living in close quarters with 30 other people for months at a time requires a delicate social balance that would challenge even the most experienced diplomat. Imagine your least favourite family reunion, except it never ends. Everyone's armed, and there's nowhere to escape for a breather. The ship operates under a strict but unspoken hierarchy that keeps things from descending into complete chaos. The captain, usually the ship's owner, and the one who organised this particular adventure, sits at the top of the food chain. His word is law, mainly because he's the one who knows how to navigate, and everyone else would prefer not to die horribly at sea. Below him, experienced sailors and warriors command respect through competence and the occasional display of superior arm wrestling ability. Your social standing aboard ship depends on a complex mix of factors: your fighting ability, your usefulness in sailing the ship, how much you contributed to funding the expedition, and whether you've managed to annoy everyone within the first week. Respect gets earned through actions, not birth, though being related to someone important certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Conflict resolution happens through a combination of peer pressure, practical necessity, and the ever-present threat of being thrown overboard. Minor disputes get settled through negotiation, major ones through combat, and really serious problems through the captain's absolute authority. Democracy has its place, but not when you're trying to outrun a storm or navigate through unfamiliar waters. The ship develops its own culture within days of departure. Inside jokes emerge from shared misery, nicknames get assigned based on embarrassing incidents or distinctive habits, and informal rules develop about everything from who gets to sleep, where to how long someone can spend at the ship's limited washing facilities. These unwritten laws become as important as any formal code of conduct. Storytelling serves as both entertainment and social glue during the long, boring stretches between exciting moments of terror. The Vikings were master storytellers, and evenings often featured elaborate tales of heroic deeds, mythical creatures, and adventures both real and imagined. These stories serve multiple purposes. They pass time, preserve cultural knowledge, and provide a socially acceptable way for people to brag about their accomplishments without seeming too obnoxious about it. Gambling provides another outlet for social interaction and tension release. Dice games, contests of strength, and betting on everything from weather patterns to wildlife sightings help break up the monotony. Vikings would bet on practically anything, partly for entertainment, and partly because small-stakes competition helps establish social dynamics without resorting to actual violence. Personal space becomes a negotiated commodity. Your designated sleeping spot is sacred territory, but everything else is open for communal use. Learning to respect others' few possessions while protecting your own requires diplomatic skills that would impress modern, United Nations peacekeepers. The golden rule aboard ship is simple. Don't mess with other people's stuff, and they probably won't mess with yours. Food sharing follows strict protocols based on contribution, status, and practical necessity. Everyone eats from common stores, but portion sizes and food quality reflect your position in the ship's hierarchy. The captain eats better than the newest crew member, but everyone gets fed because a hungry crew member is a dangerous crew member. Despite the cramped conditions, romance occasionally blossoms, albeit with considerable creativity and absolute discretion. Most ships are all male affairs, but mixed expeditions do happen, especially for trading voyages or family migrations. Any romantic entanglements need to stay extremely low-key to avoid disrupting ship dynamics, because jealousy in close quarters can turn deadly fast. The constant proximity means that everyone learns everyone else's habits, both good and deeply annoying. You discover who snores, who talks in their sleep, who has digestive issues, and who insists on sharpening their weapons at dawn every single day. Tolerance becomes a crucial survival skill, just as important as mastering knot tying or reading the wind. Arguments, when they happen, tend to escalate quickly in the confined space, but they also resolve faster because there's literally nowhere to go to nurse grudges. You learn to apologise quickly, forgive readily, and pick your battles cautiously, because the person you're fighting with today might be the one hauling you back aboard tomorrow when you fall overboard. Finding your way across thousands of miles of open ocean without GPS, compass, or even accurate maps requires skills that border on the supernatural. Viking navigators, called sea-wise for good reason, relied on a combination of experience, observation, and what modern people might generously call educated guessing. Your navigator watches everything: the colour and behaviour of waves, the direction of wind patterns, the flight paths of seabirds, and the position of stars when they're visible through the perpetual cloud cover. He's memorised the location of every landmark along familiar coasts, and can estimate distance travelled by the feel of the ship's motion through the water. It's like being guided by someone who's turned environmental awareness into a superpower. The sun compass, when you can see the sun, provides basic directional guidance, but cloudy skies, which describe about 80% of your sailing time, require more creative navigation techniques. Your navigator might use a sunstone, a piece of Iceland spar that can locate the sun's position, even through heavy clouds by analysing polarised light. It sounds like magic, and honestly it is. Predicting the weather becomes crucial, not just for comfort. Storm clouds building on the horizon might give you a few hours' warning to find shelter or prepare for rough seas. Your navigator reads cloud formations like other people read newspapers, interpreting subtle changes in colour, shape, and movement to predict what's coming next. He's right more often than modern meteorologists, mainly because his life depends on accuracy. Coastal navigation relies heavily on pilotage, the art of recognising specific landmarks, watercolours, and geographical features. Your navigator has spent years memorising the appearance of coastlines from specific distances and angles. That distinctive headland, the particular shade of green water near a river mouth, or the way mountains line up in the distance all serve as navigational signposts on the medieval maritime highway. Open ocean navigation challenges these skills to the utmost extent. Without land references, your navigator estimates position through dead reckoning, calculating distance and direction travelled from a known starting point. It requires constant attention to speed, wind direction, and the subtle clues that indicate current and drift. One small error in calculation, compounded over days or weeks, can leave you hundreds of miles from where you think you are. The ship's shallow draft, while uncomfortable for passengers, provides crucial navigational advantages. You can sail in waters too shallow for most other vessels, follow coastlines closely, and pull up on beaches for overnight stops. This ability to hug the shore whenever possible reduces the need for pure open ocean navigation and provides regular opportunities to correct course using familiar landmarks. Sea conditions tell experienced sailors volumes about location and weather patterns. The size, spacing, and direction of waves indicate proximity to land, depth of water, and approaching weather systems. Your navigator can estimate distance from shore by observing how waves behave. Larger swells suggest deep water and distance from land, while shorter, choppier waves often indicate shallow areas or nearby coastlines. Wildlife serves as another navigational tool. Certain seabirds range only specific distances from shore, so spotting particular species tells you roughly how far you are from land. The direction birds fly in the evening often points toward their nesting areas on shore. Even floating debris provides clues. Freshly broken branches suggest proximity to rivers or storm-damaged coastlines. Time measurement relies on natural rhythms rather than clocks. The navigator tracks days by sunset and sunrise, estimates hours by the sun's position when visible, and gauges travel time by familiar reference points when following known routes. It's imprecise by modern standards, but adequate for navigation, that focuses more on reaching general areas than specific coordinates. When everything goes wrong, storms blow you off course, clouds obscure celestial navigation aids, and you lose track of your position, survival depends on the navigator's ability to make educated guesses and gradually work back toward known waters. Your task might involve following bird flight patterns toward land, watching for changes in water colour that indicate shallow areas, or simply maintaining a consistent direction until you encounter recognisable coastline. The psychological pressure on navigators is enormous. Everyone's life depends on their expertise, and there's no backup system if they make serious errors. Most navigators train for decades before attempting major voyages, learning their craft through apprenticeship with experienced seawise captains who pass down knowledge accumulated over generations of maritime exploration. The common perception of Vikings as mindless barbarians ravaging Europe overlooks the fact that they were among the most sophisticated traders and entrepreneurs of their era. Your longship serves as both transportation and a mobile warehouse, carrying goods that will be traded, sold, or occasionally acquired through less diplomatic means across a commercial network spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. Trade goods packed into every available inch of ship space represent months of planning and investment. Amber from the Baltic coast, walrus ivory from the Arctic, silver from Arabic coins, iron weapons and tools, fur from northern animals, and slaves captured in raids all jostle for storage space with your personal belongings. The ship resembles a floating department store specialising in luxury goods and human misery. Your trading expeditions follow established routes connecting Scandinavia with the rest of the medieval world. The eastern route takes you down Russian rivers to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire, where Nordic amber and furs are exchanged for silk, spices, and Byzantine gold. The western route leads to Britain, Ireland, and France, where Viking goods meet Roman-influenced markets hungry for northern specialties. Each route requires different navigation skills, trade languages, and diplomatic approaches. Raiding, despite its dramatic reputation, often serves as just another form of aggressive business negotiation. Many raids actually begin as trading expeditions that turn violent when negotiations break down or when the Vikings realise they can take what they want more easily than they can buy it. The line between trader and raider shifts depending on circumstances, opportunity, and the relative strength of potential trading partners. The economics of Viking expeditions require careful calculation of risks and rewards. Ships, crew, provisions, and trade goods represent significant upfront investment, often requiring multiple investors pooling resources for major expeditions. Profits get divided according to complex formulas based on investment, participation, and predetermined agreements that would impress modern venture capitalists. Your crew includes specialists in various forms of commerce beyond simple muscle-powered intimidation. Some members speak multiple languages and understand foreign customs. Others have expertise in evaluating precious metals and trade goods, and a few possess the diplomatic skills necessary for negotiating with foreign merchants and local rulers. Successful Viking expeditions require as much business acumen as martial prowess. Markets in foreign ports operate according to local customs that your crew has learned through experience and cultural exchange. Understanding religious taboos, social hierarchies, and seasonal trading patterns makes the difference between profitable commerce and diplomatic disasters. Vikings develop remarkable cultural adaptability, adjusting their approach based on whether they're dealing with Christian monasteries, Islamic merchants, or pagan tribal leaders. Currency varies dramatically across your trading network. Arabic silver coins circulate widely and provide a relatively stable medium of exchange, but many transactions rely on barter systems, where goods are exchanged directly for other goods. Your navigator might trade amber for silk in Constantinople, then exchange that silk for silver in Kiev, then convert silver into iron tools in Norway. It's medieval international finance at its most complex. Slave trading, unfortunately, represents a major component of Viking commerce. Captives taken in raids become valuable trade goods, especially in markets where labour shortages create demand for workers. The Vikings' geographic position between slave-producing regions and labour-hungry markets makes them natural middlemen in this horrific but economically important trade. Quality control becomes crucial when your reputation affects future trading opportunities. Diluted silver, inferior weapons, or slaves who die in transport damage relationships with trading partners and reduce profitability of future expeditions. Successful Viking merchants maintain quality standards not because of altruism, but because repeat business requires satisfied customers. Competition comes from other Viking crews, local merchants, and established trading networks that predate Viking involvement. Success requires finding market niches, developing reliable supply chains, and building relationships with key trading partners. Some Vikings specialize in particular routes or goods, becoming known for specific expertise that commands premium prices. Weather and navigation delays can destroy profit margins by missing seasonal markets or arriving after competitors have saturated demand. Your trading expedition operates on tight schedules dictated by sailing seasons, market cycles, and religious festivals that affect local commerce. Timing becomes as important as the quality of goods being traded. Investment diversification spreads risk across multiple expeditions and trade goods. Wealthy Vikings rarely put all their resources into single ventures, instead participating in multiple expeditions with different destinations and objectives. It's medieval portfolio management designed to maximize returns while minimizing the chance of total financial ruin. Life aboard a Viking longship reduces existence to its most basic elements: staying warm, staying fed, staying dry, and staying alive. The small victories that punctuate your journey, a successful fishing expedition, a day of favourable wind, or simply waking up without someone's foot in your face, become monumental celebrations in the context of your floating hardship. Fishing provides both food and entertainment during the long stretches of ocean travel. Lines trail behind the ship constantly, tended by whoever isn't actively sailing or rowing. Catching fish means fresh protein to supplement the monotonous diet of preserved foods, plus the excitement of successfully outwitting sea creatures with medieval technology. The entire crew celebrates when someone lands a particularly large specimen, not just because it means better eating, but because it breaks the tedium of another identical day at sea. Cooking happens over a small fire contained in a sand-filled metal box. The ship's kitchen, dining room and social centre all rolled into one cramped, smoky space. The fire provides warmth, light, and the ability to prepare hot food, making it arguably the most important feature of the ship besides the hull itself. Keeping the fire going in rough weather requires constant attention and no small amount of skill, since a stray wave or sudden gust of wind can extinguish your only source of cooked food and warmth. Water collection becomes an obsession during rainy weather. Every available container gets pressed into service to catch precious fresh water, from cooking pots to empty helmets. You learn to position containers strategically to catch runoff from the sail, and everyone develops an almost supernatural ability to wake up when rain starts falling, no matter how exhausted they are. Fresh water tastes like the most luxurious beverage ever created when you've been rationing stale barrel water for weeks. Entertainment relies heavily on human creativity and social interaction. Riddles, word games, and contests of memory help pass time during calm weather. Physical competitions, arm wrestling, balancing contests, or games of skill with weapons provide excitement and help maintain fighting fitness. Music, when someone has brought along an instrument, transforms evening gatherings into something approaching civilization. Maintenance tasks occupy much of the crew's attention during daylight hours. The ship requires constant care, bailing water that seeps through the hull, adjusting rigging, and repairing equipment damaged by salt spray and constant use. These tasks provide structure to otherwise formless days and give everyone something productive to do. The ship becomes like a needy pet that requires constant attention to keep it healthy and functional. Personal rituals and superstitions develop to cope with the psychological stress of prolonged ocean travel. Some crew members develop elaborate morning routines. Others create personal ceremonies around meals or navigation checks. These behaviours, while sometimes appearing irrational, provide psychological anchors in an environment where every day blends into the next. Sleep becomes both escape and challenge. Despite cramped conditions and constant motion, exhaustion enables sleep, but regular interruptions from weather changes, navigation emergencies, or natural calls interrupt rest. You learn to fall asleep quickly when opportunity presents itself, and to function effectively on fragmented sleep patterns that would leave modern people completely dysfunctional. Weather protection requires constant adaptation and creativity. Your clothing layers are adjusted throughout the day as conditions change, adding garments when wind picks up, removing them when physical work generates heat, and rearranging everything when rain starts falling. Staying reasonably dry and warm becomes a full-time occupation that requires as much attention as any other survival skill. Small luxuries take on enormous psychological importance. A piece of preserved fruit, a drink of wine, or even a few minutes of privacy become treasured experiences that provide disproportionate happiness. You learn to savour tiny pleasures because they represent the only breaks from an otherwise relentlessly austere existence. Social bonds strengthen through shared hardship and mutual dependence. The people you might have ignored or disliked on land become crucial allies in the struggle for daily survival. Helping someone repair their gear, sharing food during shortages, or simply providing companionship during particularly difficult weather creates relationships that last long after the voyage ends. Negotiation, tradition, and occasional force resolve territorial disputes over sleeping space, storage areas, and access to the fire. Your personal space shrinks to whatever you can physically defend, but everyone understands the necessity of respecting others' minimal claims to shipboard real estate. Violating these unspoken agreements threatens the social fabric that keeps the entire enterprise functional. The sight of familiar coastline after months at sea triggers emotions that landlubbers struggle to understand. Your home shores, previously taken for granted, now appear as the most beautiful landscape ever created. The simple prospect of sleeping on solid ground, eating fresh food, and enjoying privacy becomes almost overwhelming in its appeal. Landfall requires careful planning and execution. Your shallow draft longship can beach almost anywhere, but choosing the right spot involves considering tides, weather, local politics, and the condition of your crew and cargo. A successful landing represents the culmination of months of navigation, survival, and teamwork. But it's also when many expeditions face their greatest risks from local authorities or competing Viking groups. Unloading transforms the ship from a cramped living space back into a cargo vessel. Trade goods that have been carefully protected throughout the journey now get evaluated, sorted, and prepared for local markets. The amber that seemed so precious during storms now faces the harsh reality of market prices and trading negotiations. Some goods may have deteriorated during the voyage, turning expected profits into disappointing losses. Your crew disperses according to predetermined agreements and personal relationships developed during the voyage. Some members came aboard as hired hands and departed with their wages, others invested in the expedition and await their share of profits, and a few have become close companions who will maintain relationships long after the ship returns to harbour. The social bonds forged in hardship often prove more valuable than the material gains from trade. Reintegration into land-based society requires psychological adjustment almost as significant as the original departure. Months of communal living, shared hardship, and constant motion leave you changed in ways that become apparent only when you try to resume normal life. Your tolerance for petty complaints and minor inconveniences has increased dramatically, while your patience for people who haven't experienced real hardship may have decreased proportionally. Stories from your voyage become valuable social currency in your home community. Tales of storms you survived, strange lands you visited, and dangers you overcame entertain audiences and establish your reputation as someone who has seen the world beyond the familiar. Repetition refines these stories, gradually transforming them from raw experience into polished narratives that may bear only a passing resemblance to actual events. The practical skills learned aboard ship, navigation, seamanship, trading, combat, and survival, make you more valuable to your community and more attractive for future expeditions. Knowledge of foreign languages, customs, and market conditions acquired during your travels opens opportunities for employment with other expeditions or local merchants engaged in long-distance trade. Physical changes from months of difficult living become visible to friends and family. Your hands are more calloused, your face more weathered, and your body adapted to the physical demands of life at sea. These changes serve as permanent reminders of your journey and mark you as someone who has endured what many people cannot imagine attempting. Financial outcomes vary dramatically depending on the expedition's success, your initial investment, and market conditions at journey's end. Some crew members return wealthy enough to buy farms or ships of their own, others barely cover their expenses, and a few face financial ruin if the voyage encounters serious problems. The Viking economy rewards success handsomely but punishes failure harshly. Planning for future expeditions often begins before the current voyage is completely finished. Successful trips generate demand for repeat journeys, while lessons learned suggest improvements for next time. The ship requires maintenance and modifications, crew members need replacement or recruitment, and trade goods must be selected based on experience with foreign markets. Your transformed perspective on risk, comfort, and human relationships affects decisions about future life choices. Some people observe that land-based existence feels limiting after experiencing the freedom and intensity of ocean travel, while others discover that one major expedition satisfies their desire for adventure permanently. The voyage changes everyone, but not always in predictable directions. The cycle of departure, journey, and return that defines Viking expeditions reflects larger patterns in medieval life, where travel was dangerous, expensive, and transformative. Your months aboard the Longship represent not just a business venture or adventure, but a rite of passage that separates those who dream about distant places from those who have actually seen them. Years later, when the pain is gone and the profits are spent, all that remains is the knowledge that you succeeded in one of the hardest endeavours of your time. You crossed vast oceans in a wooden ship, survived storms that could have killed you, traded with foreign peoples in distant lands, and returned home to tell the tale. In a time when the majority of people rarely venture more than a few miles from their birthplace, this accomplishment alone distinguishes you as a unique individual, someone who chose the extraordinary over the ordinary and persevered to share the story. The man history would call Augustus was born Gaius Octavius on September the 23rd, 63 BCE, in a modest neighbourhood on the Palatine Hill. Though his lineage traced to a once influential equestrian family, few guessed he'd one day transform Rome from a republic steeped in centuries of tradition into something new. By heritage, he was Julius Caesar's grandnephew, but the link hardly guaranteed a grand destiny. As a child, Gaius Octavius was overshadowed by civil strife that had already scarred the Republic. Politicians feuded in the Senate, while distant generals, Sulla, Pompey, and eventually Caesar, vied for supremacy. Young Octavius lost his father early, leaving him under the care of a determined mother, Attia, and a circle of influential relatives. She recognized her son's potential, but also grasped the swirl of political tension that might devour him if he didn't maneuver cleverly. By adolescence, Octavius had gleaned that survival in Rome demanded alliances, strategic marriages, and unwavering loyalty, at least publicly. In private, one had to maintain a flexible mindset. He read oratory, studied Roman law, and learned to interpret the subtle power plays among senators. Observers described him as quiet, watchful, and possessed of a composure beyond his years. The biggest shift in his fortunes came in 46 BCE, when Julius Caesar, fresh from triumphs in Gaul and a decisive civil war victory, adopted Octavius as his posthumous son and designated heir. Caesar brought the teenager to Spain for a minor campaign, giving him a taste of military life. The young man's seriousness impressed Caesar's aides, though few predicted that this untested youth could ever fill Caesar's sandals. Indeed, Caesar himself was at the apex of power, proclaiming reforms and holding lavish triumphs. He restructured the Senate and extended citizenship to many. To some, he teetered close to monarchy. Rumours whispered he might declare himself king. Then came the Ides of March, 44 BCE. Caesar fell under 23 knife thrusts in the Senate, a betrayal orchestrated by supposed friends like Brutus and Cassius. While studying in a Greek city, Octavius received news of Caesar's assassination. At first he reeled. The consequence was not only the loss of a powerful figure in his life, but also a potential threat to his security. He learned, however, that Caesar's will named him heir. It was an astonishing leap for someone barely out of adolescence. Many Roman elites dismissed him as a mere pawn. Mark Antony, Caesar's longtime ally, seemed the natural inheritor of Caesar's legacy, overshadowing the youth. But Octavius was no pawn. He returned to Italy with measured caution, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, commonly shortened to Octavian, flaunting that he was Caesar's son in every sense but blood. His presence ignited Roman politics. Antony, charismatic and bold, tried dismissing him as the boy, while the Senate, still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship, sought to exploit friction between Antony and Octavian. The entire city braced for another civil war. Octavian played a subtle game, forming alliances with Caesar's veterans, distributing funds from Caesar's estate, and projecting an image of filial piety. In the meantime, Octavian experimented with the Senate, suggesting that he might back them in their opposition to Antony's aspirations. A pivotal moment occurred when Cicero, the renowned orator who harboured animosity towards Antony, realised that Octavian could potentially serve as a useful instrument. Cicero's scathing speeches, known as the Philippics, lambasted Antony as a new tyrant. He portrayed Octavian as a necessary bulwark to restore the Republic. Perhaps Cicero believed he could guide this youth like a puppet. Yet Octavian's mild demeanour masked a decisive streak. Using the Senate's endorsement, he raised legions to confront Antony, culminating in skirmishes near Mutina Uscia in northern Italy. Though Antony survived, the scuffles burnished Octavian's reputation. He was no figurehead. But the alliance of convenience between Octavian and the Senate didn't last. The cunning youth recognised the Senate's hypocrisy. They wanted to destroy Antony, but had little interest in truly elevating him. So Octavian pivoted, forging the second triumvirate with Antony and Lepidus in 43 BCE. This formal pact was sealed with the legal authority to reshape the state. Through proscription lists, they purged enemies, including Cicero. The triumvirs divided the Roman world among themselves. Lepidus got Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West. The teenage upstart had ascended to the pinnacle of power in just over a year since Caesar's murder. Rome reeled, uncertain if this triumvirate would restore order or simply replicate the horrors of past civil conflicts. As Octavian settled into his portion of the empire, he realised the West, Italy, Gaul and Spain would test his capacity for governance. He faced rebellious legions, distrust from veterans, and a public exhausted by war. Meanwhile, Antony pursued campaigns in the east, forging ties with Cleopatra of Egypt. Lepidus drifted into irrelevance. The seeds for fresh rivalry were sown. Thus began a pivotal chapter in which Octavian would refine his political acumen, balancing brutality with promises of stability. From there, the path to becoming Augustus, the revered first citizen of Rome, would be paved by cunning, alliances, and a strategic mind that never blinked at compromise or confrontation. Having seized power in the second triumvirate, Octavian found himself juggling alliances with two older, more seasoned strongmen, Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus, though nominally part of their ruling coalition, soon revealed himself incompetent in handling the African provinces. Antony posed a far more formidable presence. He commanded legions loyal to Caesar's memory, yearned for glory in the east, and, more crucially, was forging a personal and political bond with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic queen of Egypt. This union combined Antony's martial reputation with Cleopatra's wealth and strategic position, an alliance that might overshadow anything Octavian could muster in Italy. In Rome, Octavian projected a measured calm, claiming to restore order to the western provinces. He oversaw land distributions to veterans, an often messy process that displaced countless small farmers and generated local resentment. He skillfully transformed these forced resettlements into acts of generosity, expecting each settled veteran to express gratitude. With each step, Octavian built a personal loyalty network, parting ways with older elites who stood in his way. This era remained soaked in the blood of proscriptions, though some historians note that the violence receded once the triumvirate had purged the most threatening opposition. By 41 to 40 BCE, Tensions exploded between Octavian and Antony's supporters. In Perusia, near modern-day Perugia, Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, and Fulvia, Antony's wife, led a revolt, hoping to reassert Antony's claims in Italy. Octavian's legions besieged Perusia, starving the rebels into surrender. The city's inhabitants suffered a cruel fate. The siege left them starving, and after victory, Octavian ordered harsh reprisals, while Antony himself was absent in the east. This event underscored the deepening rift within the triumvirate. Despite these skirmishes, Antony and Octavian patched things up temporarily at the Treaty of Brundisium in 40 BCE, dividing spheres of influence anew. To cement the deal, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a gesture meant to signal familial harmony. But the truce felt shaky. Those close to the corridors of power sensed a deeper competition for the ultimate prize, undisputed control of Rome. Indeed, as Antony returned east, resuming his romance with Cleopatra and planning campaigns against Parthia, Octavia lingered behind, a lonely testament to the alliance's fragility. Back in Rome, Octavian's attentions turned to naval struggles. Sextus Pompey, son of the famous Pompey the Great, controlled Sicily and menaced Italy's grain supply with a pirate fleet. With famine threatening Rome, Octavian recognized he needed a strong admiral. Enter Marcus Agrippa, his most trusted lieutenant and a brilliant naval mind. Together, they reconfigured Roman naval strategy, training fresh crews and building advanced ships. By 36 BCE, Agrippa defeated Sextus Pompey in a series of engagements, notably at Nolocus. This victory brought Sicily under Octavian's sway, securing vital grain routes to feed Italy's population. Meanwhile, Lepidus foolishly tried to flex power in Sicily, but his legions defected to Octavian. Lepidus was stripped of triumviral power and exiled to a minor religious post, leaving just 2 men left from the original triumvirate, Octavian and Antony, each commanding vast territories, each suspicious of the other's ambitions. Antony's eastern campaigns fared poorly. His attempt to conquer Parthia in 36 BCE ended in a costly retreat. Cleopatra, determined to preserve her influence, financed his next moves, forging a mutual interest in controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Antony openly acknowledged Cleopatra's children, one fathered by Julius Caesar, others by himself, and showered them with territorial grants. In Roman eyes, his donations of Alexandria looked scandalous. Bestowing Roman-conquered lands to Cleopatra's brood was borderline treason. Rumours proliferated in Rome that Cleopatra had bewitched Antony, or that he aimed to set up a parallel empire in the east with her as co-ruler. Octavian seized the propaganda advantage. He depicted Antony as a man enthralled by an Egyptian seductress, betraying Roman traditions. The Roman populace, weary of foreign entanglements and suspicious of queens from the east, responded to such rhetoric. Octavian skillfully spun Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's sovereignty and Antony as a traitor lost to Oriental decadence. To formalise the break, Octavian had the Senate revoke Antony's powers in 32 BCE, spurred by the revelations that Antony's will recognised Cleopatra's children as heirs. The final countdown to civil war was underway. Octavian, though lacking Antony's battle-hardened image, had Agrippa. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation loomed off the coast of Greece. The site would be Actium, where Antony and Cleopatra mustered their combined fleet against Octavian's forces led by Agrippa. The stage was monumental, 2 massive fleets jostling for strategic advantage in the Ionian Sea, and the outcome was set to determine the fate of the Roman world. With Cleopatra by Antony's side, everything was on the line. Victory might reshape the Mediterranean power map, but if Antony fell, so might Cleopatra's dream of an Eastern Empire. In the lead-up to Actium, desertions plagued Antony's ranks. Morale sank as men realised Cleopatra's presence overshadowed purely Roman concerns. In contrast, Octavian's message was crisp. Preserve Rome from a foreign queen's grasp. The families of legionaries pinned their hopes on his victory for stability. Clouds of tension gathered, poised to break in the greatest naval showdown Rome had seen in generations. By now, Octavian's transformation from an underestimated youth to a political colossus was unmistakable, yet he still had to seize final legitimacy from the swirling chaos of war. Actium, September 2nd, 31 BCE. Rome's future hinged on the Ionian Sea's choppy waters. Antony's fleet, bolstered by Cleopatra's Egyptian squadrons, faced off against Octavian's ships under Agrippa's command. Many expected an even fight. Both sides fielded formidable war galleys, but intangible factors loomed large: morale, discipline, and the stark difference in leadership unity. By midday, the swirling melee erupted. Agrippa's nimble vessels employed better tactics, staying mobile and exploiting the heavier, less manoeuvrable designs of Antony's ships. Cleopatra lingered in the distance, her presence more symbolic than militarily decisive. In a dramatic twist, Cleopatra abruptly withdrew her squadron mid-battle, perhaps panicked by the unfolding chaos or following a secret plan. Seeing her sail away, Antony, torn between loyalty to his Roman forces and devotion to Cleopatra, abandoned the fight to chase after her. With their commander gone, the remaining ships collapsed in confusion. Agrippa snatched a decisive victory. The battered remnants of Antony's fleet either surrendered or burned. The news rapidly disseminated. Antony and Cleopatra had absconded, condemning thousands of soldiers to an unwinnable battle. This victory altered Rome's destiny. Actium wasn't just a naval triumph, it shattered the last credible threat to Octavian's ascendancy. Over the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. By August 30 BCE, with his forces surrounding Alexandria, their fate was sealed. Upon discovering the rumoured death of Cleopatra, Antony collapsed onto his sword, overcome with despair. Cleopatra, witnessing the city overrun and refusing to be paraded as a captive in Rome, reportedly took her life. Her method, a venomous asp pressed to her breast, became legendary. With that, Ptolemaic Egypt, the last Hellenistic kingdom, ended. Falling under Roman control, having neutralised every rival, Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, triumphant. The gates of Janus, symbolising war's presence, re-shut, indicating peace across the empire for the first time in ages. The Senate, exhausted by decades of civil strife, pinned their hopes on this young victor. They hailed him as Imperator, commander, and showered him with honours. But Octavian realised the critical lesson from Caesar's demise. Openly brandishing monarchical power risked stirring republican resentment. He needed a new blueprint for dominance, something that would calm old fears while granting him absolute authority. This balancing act would define his next steps. In 27 BCE, Octavian performed a grand gesture. He ceremoniously returned power to the Senate and people of Rome, an act broadcast as humility, even though the real levers of control remained in his hands. The Senate, keen to maintain stability, bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered or venerable. This moment signalled the official birth of the Principate, a veneer of republican tradition cloaking a de facto monarchy. Augustus accepted titles carefully: Princeps, first citizen; Imperator, commander-in-chief; Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, and others. Combined, these roles gave him unassailable control over the army, religion, and state. A wave of reforms followed. Augustus reorganised the legions, stationed them in provinces under long-term command, ensuring their loyalty was to him personally. He restructured provincial governance, reducing corruption by rotating officials more often. The Senate oversaw peaceful provinces, while the emperor kept direct rule over trouble spots. Professional civil service emerged, staffed by freedmen and equestrians, loyal to the emperor's system. This team quietly undercut the old aristocratic networks that once jockeyed for magistracies, diminishing potential rebellion from senatorial upstarts. Culturally, Augustus recognized the power of propaganda. He sponsored monumental building projects, proclaiming he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, public baths constructed, and aqueducts extended, visible tokens of a new golden age. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid flourished under imperial patronage, weaving narratives of Rome's glorious heritage and the necessity of a singular leader. The Aeneid recast Trojan myth to bolster the idea of a divine destiny culminating in Augustan rule. Yet not all were content. Some whispered that this restored republic was merely subjugation under a cunning autocrat. Traditionalists bemoaned the end of the truly free consuls and tribunes. Others, recalling the terror of endless civil wars, found solace in the Pax Romana that Augustus offered. Occasional conspiracies flared, typically from disillusioned nobles or neglected generals, Augustus handled them discreetly, exiling troublemakers or co-opting them with honours. Rarely did open rebellion form, a testament to how thoroughly he'd integrated power. In everyday life, a sense of renewal pervaded. Farmers returned to fields, trade routes revived, and legionaries redeployed to secure frontiers from Germany to Syria. The border wars never ceased entirely, but within the heart of the empire, travellers found roads safer and commerce steadier. The younger generation, lacking first-hand memories of the Republic, simply accepted that Rome's fortune lay in a stable principate. Indeed, many became ardent supporters, naming children Gaius or Lucius after Augustus's chosen heirs. By the close of the 20s BCE, Augustus was effectively king in all but name. The Senate still convened, magistrates still took office, but real decisions were funneled to him. Some historians label the period the dawn of the Roman Empire, though Augustus himself stuck to republican slogans. He had forged a new political order that would endure for centuries, bridging the fierce independence of old Rome with the pragmatic necessity of a single guiding hand. The cost? The cost lay in the fleeting illusions of republican liberty. But after generations of civil conflict, many Romans gladly paid that price. As Augustus consolidated authority, he turned to ensuring the stability of his succession. No small feat in a state once steeped in the tradition of elected magistracies. With no biological son from his marriages, Augustus tried weaving a family dynasty through strategic adoptions and marriages. His only child, Julia, became a political pawn, married off to potential heirs to cement alliances. First came Marcellus, Augustus's nephew, then Agrippa, his trusted general and companion, and later Tiberius, his stern, capable stepson. The empire watched these unions with fascination, hoping that a suitable successor might emerge to prolong the Pax Romana. Meanwhile, Augustus took a hands-on approach to moral and social reforms. He championed legislation encouraging marriage and childbirth among Rome's elite, penalising adultery and childlessness. Publicly, these laws aimed to revive traditional Roman virtues, populating the empire with upright citizens. Privately, they served as a moral anchor for the new regime, contrasting with the preceding decades of bloody infighting and public decadence. Critics grumbled that Augustus meddled too far into personal lives, yet many recognised the sense of direction and unity he sought to impose. On the frontiers, the empire's expansion seesawed between triumph and tragedy. Along the Rhine, Augustus installed garrisons to keep the Germanic tribes at bay. In the east, stable alliances with client kings prevented major upheavals, yet not all expansions succeeded. The infamous Varian disaster in 9 CE saw 3 Roman legions annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Germanic warriors under Arminius. Rome reeled at the blow, losing about 15,000 men. Augustus, shattered by the news, was said to roam his palace, crying, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat forced him to abandon major conquests in Germania, shifting the boundary to the Rhine. This trauma proved the empire had limits. Augustus recognised that consolidating existing provinces might matter more than indefinite conquest. Politically, the Principate's outward face promoted consensus. The Senate passed glowing decrees, awarding Augustus tribunician power for life, letting him veto or propose legislation. He used these powers sparingly, at least in the public eye. Freed of immediate threats, Augustus's reign embraced pageantry, grand triumphal arches, elaborate religious festivals, and coinage bearing his image with the title Father of the Fatherland. Roman aristocrats vied to outdo each other in praising the imperial household, sometimes exaggerating their devotion to secure favour. Meanwhile, the populace revelled in the improved city infrastructure, circuses, and public banquets. Bread and circuses indeed, though Augustus prided himself on not indulging in personal extravagance. He lived relatively simply in a house on the Palatine, not in a gilded palace. Yet within his family, strife simmered. His daughter Julia, stuck in strategic marriages, rebelled through scandalous conduct. She partied with younger patricians. Rumour said she engaged in affairs that ridiculed Augustus's moral edicts. Ultimately, he exiled his own daughter, a move he found deeply painful but saw as necessary to preserve the regime's moral authority. The public gossiped, concluding that even Augustus, the paragon of virtue, couldn't tame personal scandal in his household. Another blow came when favoured grandsons died young, fracturing the carefully plotted succession line. Tiberius, austere and aloof, gradually emerged as the likely heir, though father and stepson had an uneasy dynamic. In the realm of culture, a golden age flourished, or so the retrospective label claimed. Patronage from Augustus and his confidants, like Maecenas, supported literary talents who produced enduring works. Virgil's Aeneid wove Trojan legends into Rome's destiny, subtly legitimizing Augustan rule as fate. Livy wrote monumental histories praising Roman virtues, carefully tiptoeing around the civil wars that had cemented the Principate. Ovid's verses charmed readers with witty takes on love and mythology, until his exile for unspecified indiscretions, or perhaps for offending the imperial moral code. The tension between creative freedom and political lines became a hallmark of the era's art. Master sculptors and architects harnessed Greek influences, producing distinctive Roman designs that still grace surviving ruins. The Ara Pacis, celebrating Augustan peace, stands as a prime example. By the dawn of the 1st century CE, Augustus's principate had reigned over 2 decades of relative stability. Children grew up knowing no civil war, a remarkable shift from older generations. The memory of the Republic's freedom drifted into nostalgia for some, while others believed that a single guiding figure was the best bulwark against future chaos. Indeed, many equestrians and senators quietly recognised they were better off under predictable central rule than risking the unpredictability of competitive elections that often spiralled into assassinations or civil conflict. Yet the question of the empire's longevity remained. If Augustus died unexpectedly, would Tiberius or another figure hold the empire together? Could the Principe outlast one man's lifetime? In the twilight of his reign, Augustus orchestrated subtle transitions of authority to Tiberius, conferring powers gradually. He hoped to avoid the abrupt vacuum that had ensnared Caesar. Whether the Roman world was truly ready for a dynastic monarchy, a concept so alien to its older republican ethos, was an open question, but there was no turning back. The age of Augustus had irreversibly shaped a Roman identity now intertwined with a single ruler's guiding hand. By 14 CE, Augustus was an aging figure. His hair had greyed, his health grew frailer, yet his grip on power remained firm. He'd spent decades refining the Principate's mechanics, ensuring his direct or indirect control over the military, legal, and religious spheres. Mentally, he pondered the last acts of his storied life. If the Principate was to endure, he needed Tiberius, his designated successor, to seamlessly assume control. Some suspected Tiberius possessed neither Augustus' charisma nor compassion, but there was no other candidate left with enough legitimacy. That summer, Augustus embarked on a journey with Tiberius to southern Italy. Perhaps it was a symbolic handover, or perhaps it was simply a final inspection tour. Along the way, his health deteriorated quickly. Near Nola, the place of his father's death decades prior, he lingered in bed, occasionally conversing with Tiberius and others from his retinue. According to tradition, his last words carried a hint of the theatrical flourish, comparing life to a play and imploring them to applaud if he had performed well. On August 19th, 14 CE, Augustus passed away. He was 75, having ruled the empire effectively for over 4 decades, longer than anyone had predicted. News of his death spread swiftly. In Rome, a tide of mourning ensued. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing a trend that had begun with Caesar's deification. The city's populace, which had never experienced an adult life without him as a guiding presence, faced uncertain times. Rituals, eulogies, and processions offered the veneer of continuity. Tiberius stepped into the role of princeps, observing the formalities that Augustus had established. Among the masses, grief mingled with apprehension. No single figure had done more to shape the new era of Pax Romana. In the subsequent months, the city of Rome processed Augustus's memory in different ways. Loyal senators commissioned arches and statues. Families recounted how their grandparents had lived through civil wars until Augustus restored order. Freedmen who had worked in his administration wept or exploited the transition to jockey for new positions. Across the provinces, local elites who had thrived under Augustan patronage worried whether Tiberius would maintain the same approach. Despite the news unsettling the legions, they remained loyal to the new emperor. Some among the legions expected bonuses or reforms, leading to brief mutinies in the Rhine and Pannonia, but Tiberius and his capable nephew, Germanicus, resolved them. As time passed, historians began weaving Augustus's reign into grand narratives. Some, like Livy, had already praised him in near mythic terms. Others were more subdued, acknowledging that while Augustus ended civil strife, he had also strangled the old republican liberties. A new generation born under Pax Romana, however, only understood the Republic through ancestral stories. They took for granted that a single figure guided state policy, minted coins with their face, and overshadowed the Senate. The heritage of civil wars receded into second-hand accounts, leaving Augustus as an almost fatherly figure in the Roman psyche, the man who brought peace. The deeper subtleties of his rule, his cunning manipulations, the purges that built the Principate, the clandestine power plays, were overshadowed by the public facade of piety, tradition, and moderation. Indeed, the final version of his life story, shaped by his supporters, cultivated an image of a reluctant ruler who accepted power only for the public good. Detractors existed, but they rarely had a platform to challenge the official line. Over centuries, subsequent emperors embraced or distanced themselves from Augustan ideals. Some attempted to emulate his delicate balance, while others failed, allowing cruelty or extravagance to overshadow statesmanship. An essential Augustan legacy was the ongoing Pax Romana, a relative peace that spanned from Britain to the Euphrates. Though wars on the frontiers never vanished, Germanic raids, revolts in Judea, tensions with Parthia, the empire's core heartlands prospered, trade routes thrived, carrying goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond, while Roman law codes extended deeper into newly integrated communities. This stability boosted population growth, urban development, and cultural exchange, fostering an environment where future historians, philosophers, and architects found the resources to flourish. In subsequent centuries, Christians, when they emerged in the empire, pointed to the stable Roman roads built under Augustan expansions as an inadvertent gateway for their missionaries to travel. Even mundane aspects, standardized coinage, consistent administrative provinces, owed much to the Augustan blueprint. Emperors like Trajan and Hadrian, centuries later, recognized that forging a stable rule required a delicate dance, not entirely different from Augustus's approach, securing the loyalty of armies, appeasing the Senate, and wooing the populace. The memory of Augustus, therefore, served as an archetype for the good emperor, never mind that the path to his power was littered with cunning and bloodshed. Ultimately, Augustus's success lay in a melding contradictory impulses. He revived old festivals, yet rewrote the political structure. He promised the Senate respect, yet controlled them with cunning. He championed moral reforms, yet exiled his daughter due to a scandal. The story of his life remains a mosaic of ambition, altruism, caution, and ruthlessness. Without him, Rome might have shattered under repeated civil wars. With him, the Republic mutated into an empire anchored by one man's authority. That delicate compromise monarchy dressed in republican costume carried Rome forward for generations, shaping Western history in ways no one in the smoky Senate halls of yesteryear could have fully foreseen. Long after Augustus' death, the Roman world recited legends of his early days, from the moment he claimed Caesar's inheritance to the final quieting of civil strife. Poets retold how he found Rome in chaos and forged a new dawn of order. Even ordinary citizens, travelling along roads lined with his milestones, felt the echoes of an emperor who merged subtlety with power. Yet historians then and now debate whether Augustus truly believed in the facade of republican restoration or simply harnessed it to quell potential opposition. The notion of restoring the Republic was more than political spin, it was a psychological necessity. Romans had long prided themselves on hating kings since the Etruscan monarchy was expelled centuries earlier. By adopting titles like princeps, first among equals, and parading virtues such as modesty, Augustus defected the spectre of tyranny. He decorated official ceremonies with illusions of senatorial collaboration. In practice, though, every key office and province was under his watchful eye. By centralizing the means to wage war, i.e. controlling legions, he rendered any senator-led rebellion almost impossible. This system had its share of paradoxes. Freed from the cycle of civil wars, The Senate could resume its dignified debates on laws, awarding triumphs or passing judgments, but only so far as it aligned with the emperor's overarching interests. Younger senators, who never experienced the chaotic republic, found comfort in the Principate's security. They advanced in a structured career path, quaestor, praetor, consul, under Augustan oversight. Freed from the anxiety of violent contests, they pivoted to administrative tasks like refining legal codes or sponsoring public games. These changes drained some vitality from senatorial life, but also eliminated the lethal rivalries that once stained Roman politics in blood. Religious transformations also underscored his reign. The imperial cult, venerating the emperor's family, took root in the provinces. Temples to Divus Julius, the deified Julius Caesar, dotted Asia Minor and Gaul, bridging local traditions with Roman identity. Augustus carefully navigated the line between piety and blasphemy. He never outright demanded worship of himself in Italy, but in distant provinces, cult centres proclaiming his divine status arose. This practice fostered unity, as local elites built shrines to Augustus to curry favour, blending indigenous gods with Roman imperial reverence. On a personal level, Augustus's household dramas had shaped his paternalistic posture toward the empire. The heartbreak with Julia, the succession fiascos, and the manipulative marriages taught him that absolute power came at the cost of familial strain. Ancient gossip lines claimed he was cold or unfeeling to those who fell out of favour. But gleaning from the letters that survive, we see glimpses of a man torn between fatherly instincts and political necessity. He exiled those he loved to maintain the moral facade he'd cultivated for the public. Real or staged, that posture anchored the moral authority behind his social reforms. Nor were the provincial expansions always peaceful. In the Spanish interior, Augustan generals waged campaigns to quell tribes that refused Roman oversight. The Alpine passes were brought under direct Roman control to secure transalpine trade routes. Fortress lines sprung up along the Danube to repel or monitor the restless Dacians. These expansions weren't often accompanied by grand triumphal processions. Augustus himself rarely took personal credit, preferring to let generals hold subdued ceremonies. He recognised that the empire needed no flamboyant displays reminiscent of earlier warlords. Instead, stable frontiers, a robust commerce network, and the Pax Romana's sense of normalcy proved enough to maintain public favour. When Tiberius finally stepped into the imperial role, most people expected continuity. The new emperor inherited not just the institutions, but also the attitudes Augustus had sown. Tiberius adhered to many Augustan precedents, though his personal style was more reclusive and severe. The senatorial class realised that Augustus's blueprint, an emperor overshadowing the facade of a free republic, would continue. No major push to resurrect a purely republican system emerged. Some die-hard republicans still existed in the shadows, but after decades of peace and the empire's continued growth, the majority accepted the Principate as the new normal. Across centuries, Augustus's memory soared to near mythic. Emperors from Nero to Constantine either invoked or reshaped Augustan tropes. On coinage, they displayed genealogical ties or spelled out slogans reminiscent of Augustan virtues. Augustus itself became more than a name. It was an honorific for all subsequent emperors, signifying the same revered status. Writers compiled accounts of his reign, both praising his modesty and hinting at cunning. The next generations faced their crises, Caligula's mania, the Jewish revolts, or the year of the four emperors, yet Augustus's era stood out as a time of relative harmony, even if precariously balanced. Looking back from a vantage point centuries later, historians see Augustus as the pivot from a fractious republic to a stable, if autocratic, empire. Freed from crippling civil wars, the Mediterranean world blossomed in trade and culture. The seeds of an architectural revolution took root in Rome's new monuments, bridging Greek artistry with Roman engineering. And though the Principate eventually shifted toward more overt emperors like Caligula or Domitian, the Augustan model never vanished. The notion of a first citizen, quietly sustaining the illusions of senatorial dignity, underpinned the empire's structure until the West crumbled centuries later. Augustus's example, subtle, multifaceted, and deeply embedded in Roman tradition, remains a testament to how a single individual can reshape the trajectory of an entire civilization. Now, with millennia gone since Augustus's death, we possess a panoramic view of his life and legacy, a vantage point that reveals both the glimmering heights and the murky corners. His youthful cunning, harnessed after Caesar's assassination, established a pattern of strategic alliances and relentless ambition. That fierce drive paved his ascent from an underestimated heir to the architect of Rome's first imperial system. But behind the luminescent facade of the Pax Romana, one notices the ashes of republican liberties, countless casualties of proscriptions, and a well-managed propaganda machine smoothing over the sharp edges of absolute power. Modern scholars often debate whether he was a benevolent autocrat, or a sly manipulator who exploited war weariness to install a monarchy in all but name. The truth likely straddles a delicate boundary. Augustus's reforms, streamlining taxation, professionalizing the army, and encouraging moral and cultural revival, point to a genuine desire for a robust, enduring order. However, he did not hesitate to use lethal measures when they strengthened his position. For every temple he built, there was a political rival he sidelined or a province subjugated under Roman authority. In rhetorical terms, Augustus was no flamboyant orator, but his mastery lay in setting the narrative. He let others speak extravagantly on his behalf, poets, loyal senators, provincial allies, and rarely contradicted the glowing accounts that cast him as Rome's saviour. Over time, this cultivated persona sank deep into Rome's collective psyche. Even the Senate, once proud and fractious, resigned to his overarching presence, content to pass decrees endorsing him as father of the fatherland. The city's plebeians, exhausted by previous turmoil, embraced the peace and spectacle, grand gladiatorial games, public feasts, and the distribution of grain. With daily life less precarious, who dared demand the intangible freedoms of an older era? Augustus's family tragedies, especially around succession, highlight the precarious nature of hereditary rule. The difference between the Principate's carefully curated facade and personal heartbreak ran stark. The exiles of Julia and Ovid, along with the disgraced heirs who died prematurely, pointed to a regime that valued moral discipline and uniformity over personal indulgence. This was the official narrative. In private, some cunning courtiers thrived, whispering half-truths to maintain favour. This dynamic would plague future emperors, from Tiberius's suspicious watchfulness to Nero's flamboyant paranoia. Archaeologically, we see Augustan footprints across the empire. The city of Rome was adorned with the Forum of Augustus, the Temple of Mars Ultor, and the Ara Pacis, each a testament not just to religious devotion, but to the synergy between art and political messaging. In provincial cities from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites mirrored Augustan styles, erecting temples to the imperial cult and adopting Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation contributed to the forging of a Roman identity that transcended narrow, tribal or local loyalties. Even in the Greek East, where Hellenic culture had once overshadowed Rome's, the Augustan age catalyzed a new synthesis, merging Greek traditions with Roman rule under the notion of a shared Pax Romana. When analysing Augustus' reign, one can't ignore the question of how it impacted future governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history revolve around the tension between the illusions of Augustan modesty and the realities of emperors who demanded worship or indulged capricious whims. The 5 good emperors, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, tried to echo Augustan virtues, focusing on stoic administration and public works. Others, like Caligula or Commodus, abandoned the pretenses, exposing the empire to the rawness of untempered autocracy. Through all these fluctuations, the concept of the princeps never truly vanished, only mutated, eventually morphing into the openly acknowledged dominus by the time of Diocletian. In popular imagination, Augustus remains a figure akin to a sculptor who took the shards of a fractured republic and moulded them into something new. He didn't just pacify Rome, he re-envisioned its institutions so thoroughly that later Romans struggled to imagine returning to the old ways. Even centuries after the Western Empire fell, echoes of his centralized governance influenced medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became shorthand for a just but firm overlord. The weight of that transformation cannot be overstated. Rome grew from city-state to world empire under the shadows of the triumvirates and the many civil wars, culminating in a regime that, for better or worse, outlasted 1,000 nuances of politics. Ultimately, Augustus's greatest triumph was forging a stable system where once only warlords contended. His greatest cost was the Republican spirit that withered in the process, replaced by an empire reliant on one man's judgment. Whether that trade was worthwhile depends on the lens of perspective. Those craving order and prosperity, or those lamenting lost civic freedoms. Even now, his story stands as a masterclass in political reinvention of how flexible ambition, tempered by paternal imagery, can reconstruct a government from ashes. And so ends the tale of Augustus, the understated youth-turned-imperator, who quietly slipped a monarchy into Rome's heart while draping it in the garments of tradition. With that cunning, he forever reshaped the course of Western civilization. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grack, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat. Her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game. where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grack has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grack examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement. an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grak continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises, soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose, complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities, finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community. each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed. He was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he'd become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774, he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration. That passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognised that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticised his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe, he supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognise that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognised the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalised, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author, democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverised unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies, and yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood to your favourite colour to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they determined that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead, you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas, specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claim they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute, they analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spearin now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a roadmap, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled, pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured. It was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way, opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cosy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which looked somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery, except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical, it was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes, but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialised medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials, could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well-documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects, especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope, or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like houseguests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. Imagine yourself strolling along Strasbourg's cobblestone streets on a typical July morning in 1518. The sun is warming your face, merchants are hawking their wares, and you're thinking about what's for dinner. Then, as you turn a corner, you encounter something that prompts you to wonder if you've inadvertently stumbled into a surreal realm. There's a woman in the town square dancing. Her dancing is not the pleasant, festive kind you'd expect at a wedding or harvest celebration, but rather frantic, desperate. She's been dancing for hours, her feet bleeding, her dress torn. Her name is Frau Trophia, and she's about to become the most famous dancer in medieval history, though not for reasons she'd ever want. You'd think someone would stop her, right? Help her, maybe fetch a physician or a priest. But here's where things get genuinely weird. Instead of one person dancing themselves to exhaustion, more people start joining in. Not because they want to, mind you, but because they literally can't stop themselves. It's like watching a terrible magic trick where the magician has lost control of the spell. Within a week, about 30 people are dancing non-stop in the square. By the end of the month, that number had swelled to around 400. 400 people dancing until their feet bleed, until they collapse from exhaustion, until some of them actually die from it. The local authorities are baffled. The church is calling it divine punishment. Physicians are perplexed and propose increased dancing as a remedy, a suggestion as effective as prescribing fire for burn injuries. What you're seeing is one of history's strangest mass hysteria events, though the people living through it don't know that. They call it the dancing plague, or St. Vitus's dance. Vitus's dance, and it's just one example of how entire communities could lose their collective minds in medieval times. Now, you might be wondering how something like this could possibly happen. After all, you live in an age where you can Google, "Why am I dancing uncontrollably?" and get 17 different medical explanations before you finish your morning coffee. But imagine living in a world where every unexplained phenomenon is either a miracle, a curse, or divine retribution. Where the line between the physical and spiritual world is about as clear as mud after a rainstorm. The dancing plague of Strasbourg wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar outbreaks had been recorded across Europe for centuries. There was the Great Dancing Epidemic of 1374 that swept through the Holy Roman Empire, affecting thousands of people across multiple cities. Towns would wake up to find their neighbours gyrating in the streets, unable to stop, begging for help between gasps for air. What makes these episodes particularly fascinating is how they spread. Not through the air like the plague, but through sight and suggestion. As you observed your neighbour dancing frantically, a sudden realization occurred in your mind. Suddenly your feet would start tapping. Your body would start moving without your consent. It was as if madness itself was contagious, spreading from person to person like gossip at a market. The authorities tried everything. They brought in musicians thinking that if people needed to dance, they might as well dance to proper music. They built stages, hired professional dancers, and even brought in priests to perform exorcisms. Nothing worked. The dancing continued day and night until the afflicted collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Eventually the outbreaks would burn themselves out, leaving behind a community traumatized and confused. The survivors would wake up as if from a dream, their feet mangled, their bodies broken, with no clear memory of why they'd been compelled to dance in the first place. The dead would be buried, the injured would heal, and life would return to normal until the next outbreak struck somewhere else. But the dancing plague was just the beginning of our story about medieval mass hysteria. It was the opening act in a much larger theatre of collective madness that would sweep across Europe for centuries. You're settling into your evening routine now, maybe with a warm drink and a comfortable chair, and you're probably thinking that dancing plagues are about as strange as medieval madness gets. Well, buckle up, because we're about to travel to a small French town where things got so bizarre that Hollywood would reject the script as too unbelievable. The year is 1632, and you're in Loudun, a sleepy town in western France. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the most exciting thing that usually happens is the weekly market day. The town has a convent, the convent of the Ursulines, where a group of nuns lives a quiet life of prayer and contemplation, or at least that's what they're supposed to be doing. Sister Jeanne des Anges, the Mother Superior, starts having what she describes as visions. But these aren't the peaceful, heavenly visions you might expect from a nun. She claims that demons possess her during these violent, disturbing episodes. She contorts her body in impossible ways, speaks in languages she's never learned, and displays knowledge of things she couldn't possibly know. Now, if the case were just one nun having a spiritual crisis, it might have been handled quietly within the convent walls. But possession, like yawning, turns out to be remarkably contagious. Soon, other nuns start exhibiting the same symptoms. They writhe on the floor, speak in tongues, and claim to be inhabited by demons with names like Asmodeus, Astaroth, and Beelzebub. Quite the roster of biblical bad guys. The local authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that would challenge even modern crisis management teams. An entire convent of nuns, believed to be the most holy women in the community, asserts that demons possess them. It's like finding out that your local fire department has been setting fires, or that your town's safety inspector is afraid of ladders. The church brings in exorcists, because that's what you do when demons show up to the party uninvited. But here's where the story takes a turn that would make a soap opera writer feel embarrassed. The nuns, in their possessed state, start naming the person responsible for their condition. They accuse a local priest, Urbain Grandier, of practicing witchcraft and cursing them from afar. Grandier, by all accounts, was not a particularly popular fellow. He was handsome and charismatic, and had a reputation for being a bit too friendly with the local women. In a small town, that's like painting a target on your back, and then wondering why people keep shooting arrows at you. The possessed nuns asserted that he had spiritually seduced them, infiltrating their dreams and compelling them to commit sins fit for a sailor. The whole affair becomes a public spectacle. People travel from miles around to witness the exorcisms, like it's some kind of medieval reality show. The nuns perform their possessions in front of crowds, speaking in demonic voices, revealing supposed secrets, and putting on displays that would make a circus performer jealous. But here's what makes this story particularly tragic. Grandier probably wasn't guilty of anything more serious than being unpopular, and maybe a bit too fond of wine and women. The evidence against him consisted mainly of the testimonies of the possessed nuns and some dubious pacts with the devil that looked suspiciously like they'd been written by someone trying unsuccessfully to forge medieval handwriting. The case becomes a legal and religious nightmare. You have civil authorities, church officials, and royal representatives all getting involved. Everyone wants to be the one who solved the great demon crisis of Loudun. Meanwhile, the poor nuns are trapped in their performance, unable to stop the charade without admitting fraud, which would land them in serious trouble. The exorcisms continue for months, with crowds gathering to watch the spectacle. The nuns writhe and scream, the exorcists chant and pray, and the whole town becomes consumed by this supernatural drama. It's like having a horror movie playing in your town square every day, except everyone insists it's real. Eventually, Grandier is arrested, tried, and executed for witchcraft. The nuns, conveniently, begin to recover shortly after his death. Their demons, apparently satisfied with their revenge, pack up and leave town. The crowds disperse, the excitement dies down, and Loudun returns to being just another quiet French town with a fascinating story to tell. By now, you probably believe that possessed nuns represent the height of medieval strangeness, but you would be mistaken. At times, mass hysteria manifested in less terrifying and more, well, let's just say, ridiculous forms. Picture yourself in a German convent sometime in the Middle Ages. You're expecting the usual sounds of monastic life, gentle chanting, the whisper of pages turning, maybe the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on stone floors. Instead, You're greeted by a sound that makes you wonder if you've accidentally wandered into a huge pet store. The nuns are meowing. The entire convent, not just one or two, is meowing. They meow during prayers, they meow during meals, and they meow while they're supposed to be working. It starts with just one sister, who begins making small cat-like sounds during evening prayers. The other nuns try to ignore it at first, but soon they find themselves fighting the urge to meow along. Within days, the whole convent sounds like a medieval cat cafe. The Mother Superior is beside herself, trying to maintain order, while her charges are sitting in their pews going meow, 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 in what might be the world's strangest choir performance. The local townspeople start gathering outside the convent walls, not sure whether to be concerned or amused. The church authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that doesn't exactly have a chapter in the official handbook. How do you perform an exorcism on a cat? Do you sprinkle holy water? Do you attempt to reason with demons who seem to possess a humorous nature? The whole situation is like trying to have a serious theological discussion with a room full of people who keep interrupting with meow. However, it's important to note that mass hysteria doesn't always make sense or adhere to the expected rules. The meowing nuns weren't possessed by demons or cursed by witches. They were experiencing what we'd now recognise as a form of conversion disorder, where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. Their minds were dealing with the pressures of religious life, the isolation of the convent, and the general stress of medieval existence by turning them into cats. The solution, when it finally came, was both simple and ridiculous. The local authorities threatened to bring in soldiers to whip the nuns until they stopped meowing. Apparently, the threat of beating them broke whatever psychological spell had turned them into felines. The meowing stopped almost immediately, and the convent returned to its normal quiet routine. Similar cases popped up across Europe. There were nuns who barked like dogs, others who claimed to be chickens and insisted on laying eggs, though they were disappointingly unsuccessful at this endeavour. Some convents experienced outbreaks of uncontrollable laughter, which sounds delightful until you realise these women were laughing for hours on end, unable to stop even when they were exhausted and their sides ached. These episodes tell us something important about medieval life, particularly for women in religious communities. Imagine being locked away from the world, expected to be perfect and holy, with no outlet for normal human emotions or desires. Your days are meticulously planned, your thoughts are expected to be pure, and any deviation from this ideal is deemed sinful. In this environment, the mind sometimes finds creative ways to rebel. If you can't express anger or frustration directly, maybe you'll start barking like a dog. If you can't have fun or be playful, perhaps you'll become a cat who meows during prayers. It's as if your psyche engages in a metamorphosis, discovering methods to convey taboo elements of human nature within the shelter of perceived insanity. The authorities didn't understand this, of course. They saw these outbreaks as either divine punishment or demonic influence. The idea that stress and repression could cause physical symptoms was foreign to medieval thinking. They lived in a world where the spiritual and physical were intimately connected, where your soul's condition directly affected your body's health. What's particularly intriguing is how these episodes spread through communities. One person's psychological break becomes a template for others experiencing similar stress. It's like psychological contagion, where seeing someone else's symptoms gives your mind permission to express its distress in the same way. The meowing nuns eventually returned to their normal lives, but their story became part of the rich tapestry of medieval madness, a reminder that sometimes the human mind copes with unbearable circumstances by becoming delightfully, absurdly creative. You're getting comfortable with these stories of medieval madness, but now we need to talk about one of the most heartbreaking examples of mass hysteria in history. It's a story that involves children, religious fervour, and the kind of tragic ending that makes you want to hug every kid you know. The year is 1212, and you're in the French countryside near the town of Cloyes. In the midst of summer, a 12-year-old shepherd boy named Stephen, tending his flock, experiences a vision. Jesus Christ himself appears to the boy, hands him a letter, and tells him to lead a crusade to the Holy Land. This is not an army of knights and soldiers, but rather a crusade led by children. Now, you might assume that adults would dismiss a 12-year-old, who claims to have received divine instructions to lead a military campaign, and send him back to his sheep. But these are medieval times, when miracles and visions are common, and the crusades have been going on for over a century with mixed results. Maybe, the thinking goes, God wants to try a different approach. Stephen begins preaching, and his message is simple. The Mediterranean Sea will part before the children, just like the Red Sea parted for Moses. They'll walk across the seafloor to the Holy Land, where their pure hearts and innocent faith will succeed, where armed knights have failed. The sight of these holy children will so move the Muslims that they will instantly convert to Christianity. It's a beautiful, naive idea that would make a lovely children's story if it weren't so tragic. But here's the thing about mass hysteria. It doesn't always involve dancing or meowing or possession. Occasionally it takes the form of shared delusions, where entire communities become convinced of something that seems impossible to outsiders. Word of Stephen's mission rapidly disseminates throughout the French countryside. Children start leaving their homes, abandoning their families, and flocking to join this divine crusade. We're talking about thousands of children, some as young as 6 years old, all convinced that they're part of God's plan to reclaim Jerusalem. The movement isn't limited to France either. Around the same time, a German boy named Nicholas starts his children's crusade, claiming that he too has received divine instructions. The two movements feed off each other, creating a wave of religious hysteria that sweeps across Europe. You have to understand the context to grasp how such an event could happen. Medieval children lived in a world where religious stories were more real than reality itself. They grew up hearing tales of miracles, of saints who could work wonders, and of divine interventions in human affairs. The idea that God might choose children for a special mission didn't seem far-fetched. It seemed like the kind of thing that happened in the stories they heard every day. The adult response was mixed. Some parents tried to stop their children, but others saw the movement as genuinely divine. Local clergy were divided between those who supported the crusade and those who tried to discourage it. The church hierarchy were mostly opposed, but their messages didn't always reach the local level in time to prevent the exodus. As the children march toward the coast, reality begins to intrude on their vision. They're hungry, worn out, and far from home. Some turn back, but others press on, driven by faith in the momentum of the crowd. When they finally reach the Mediterranean, the sea does not part. The children stand on the beach, waiting for their miracle, and nothing happens. What follows is a tragedy that medieval chroniclers struggle to record. Some children try to return home, only to find that their families have rejected them, or that they can't survive the journey. Others are taken advantage of by unscrupulous adults who see an opportunity to profit from their misfortune. Many end up in slavery or worse. The Children's Crusade, as it came to be known, wasn't really a crusade at all. Mass hysteria, disguised as religious fervour, ignited a shared delusion that resonated deeply in the medieval psyche. It was the desperate hope that innocence and faith could succeed where violence and politics had failed. The story became legend, growing in the telling until it was hard to separate fact from fiction. However, the fundamental tragedy persists. Thousands of children, engulfed in a surge of religious fervour, endured the consequences of adult shortcomings in medieval faith. You're probably ready for something a little less tragic than the Children's Crusade, but I'm afraid we're diving into another dark chapter of medieval madness. This time, it's not about possessed nuns or dancing plagues, but about a mysterious illness that could kill you in a day and had an entire kingdom living in terror. The year is 1485, and you're in England just after the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry Tudor has just defeated Richard III and become Henry VII, starting the Tudor dynasty. It should be a time of celebration and new beginnings, but instead, a mysterious illness appears that will haunt England for the next 70 years. They call it the sweating sickness, or English sweat, and it's unlike anything the medieval world has seen before. The symptoms are terrifying in their speed and intensity. You wake up feeling fine, maybe noticing a slight headache or a bit of fatigue. Within hours, you're drenched in sweat, burning with fever, and experiencing a sense of impending doom that's so intense it feels like the hand of death itself is reaching for you. The sweating sickness doesn't discriminate. It affects both the rich and the poor, the young and the old, the healthy and the infirm. In fact, it seems to prefer the wealthy and well-fed, which is the opposite of most medieval diseases. The poor, who usually bore the brunt of epidemics, often escaped this one entirely. It's as if the disease has a twisted sense of social justice. What makes the sweating sickness particularly terrifying is its speed. Most medieval diseases give you time to prepare, to say goodbye, and to put your affairs in order. The plague might take weeks to kill you, giving you plenty of time to contemplate your sins and make peace with God. Is the sweating sickness a threat? You could be dead within 24 hours of feeling the first symptoms. The treatment protocols that develop around the disease are as bizarre as the illness itself. Physicians insist that patients must stay awake for 24 hours after symptoms begin. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Families take shifts to keep their loved ones awake by slapping them, talking to them, and doing anything else to prevent them from drifting off. They also prohibit you from eating or drinking anything for the first 24 hours. This procedure is supposed to help your body sweat out the illness. Imagine being feverish, terrified, and exhausted, and being told you can't have so much as a sip of water. It's like being tortured in the name of medical treatment. The sweating sickness creates a culture of paranoia and fear. People become afraid to travel, afraid to gather in groups, and afraid to leave their homes. The disease seems to strike without warning or pattern, making it impossible to predict or prevent. It's like living under the threat of a random lightning strike, except the lightning is invisible and can kill you in your sleep. King Henry VII himself becomes obsessed with the disease, constantly fleeing from one residence to another whenever cases are reported nearby. His court becomes a travelling circus of fear, packed up and moved at the first sign of sweating sickness in the area. The King of England, the most powerful man in the country, is reduced to running from an enemy he can't see or understand. The disease comes in waves, appearing suddenly, killing hundreds or thousands of people, then disappearing just as mysteriously. It strikes in 1485, 1508, 1517, 1528, and finally in 1551, before vanishing forever. Each outbreak brings fresh terror, as people wonder if the next outbreak will be the one that kills them. What's particularly maddening about the sweating sickness is that it remains a mystery to this day. Modern medical historians have proposed various theories. It might have been a form of hantavirus, or perhaps a type of influenza, or even a form of anthrax. But we'll never know for certain what caused this strange illness that appeared from nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. The psychological impact of the sweating sickness was enormous. It created a generation of people who lived in constant fear of sudden death, who saw every headache as a potential death sentence, and who couldn't trust their own bodies to keep them alive from one day to the next. It was a slow-moving wave of mass hysteria, a collective anxiety that engulfed an entire kingdom for decades. Now that we've covered most of the ways medieval people could lose their minds collectively, there's one more type of madness we need to discuss. The kind that happens when reality becomes too much to bear and people retreat into fantasy. This story isn't about dancing or possession or mysterious illnesses, but about the delicate line between sanity and dreams. Let's travel to the Spanish region of La Mancha in the late medieval period, when the age of chivalry is dying but refuses to admit it. You're in a landscape of windmills and dusty plains, where the old ways are crumbling under the weight of changing times. The knights-errant, who once roamed the countryside to right wrongs and rescue damsels, are becoming obsolete as they are replaced by merchants, bureaucrats, and the grinding machinery of modern life. Into this world steps a man whose real name we never learn, but whom we know as Don Quixote. He's not particularly young, not particularly strong, and certainly not particularly sane by conventional standards. But he's read too many books about chivalry and romance, and his mind has become so saturated with these stories that he can no longer distinguish between fiction and reality. Don Quixote sees the world not as it is, but as he believes it should be. Windmills become giants to be fought, inns become castles to be defended, and peasant girls become princesses to be rescued. His madness is complete and systematic. He's created an entire alternate reality where the rules of chivalric romance still apply. What makes Don Quixote's story relevant to our discussion of medieval madness is how it reflects a broader cultural phenomenon. The late medieval period was full of people who couldn't quite accept that the world was changing, who clung to outdated ideals and impossible dreams. Don Quixote's individual madness mirrors the collective madness of a society in transition. The windmills that Don Quixote famously attacks aren't just windmills, they're symbols of the new world that's replacing the old. They represent technology, efficiency, and the mechanization of life. When he charges at them with his lance, he's not just fighting imaginary giants, he's fighting the entire modern world. But here's what's beautiful about Don Quixote's madness. It's not entirely without merit. Yes, he's delusional, but his delusions are based on noble ideals. He wants to protect the innocent, defend the weak, and right wrongs. His methods are crazy, but his motivations are admirable. He resembles a shattered compass that persistently guides towards the true north, despite its inability to aid in navigation. The people Don Quixote encounters on his adventures respond to his madness in various ways. While some attempt to heal him, others seek to take advantage of him, and still others find solace in his unattainable ideals. His faithful companion, Sancho Panza, represents the voice of common sense, constantly trying to bring his master back to reality while being gradually infected by his dreams. What's particularly intriguing is how Don Quixote's madness affects those around him. People start playing along with his delusions, sometimes out of kindness, sometimes out of cruelty, and sometimes out of a secret longing for the magical world he inhabits. His madness becomes contagious, not in the way of the dancing plague or the possessed nuns, but in the way that dreams can be transmissible. The windmills of La Mancha become a metaphor for the impossible battles we all fight against the forces of change and reality. Don Quixote's madness is both tragic and heroic. Tragic because it's based on delusions, heroic because it refuses to surrender to a world that has lost its capacity for wonder. In the end, Don Quixote's story is about the fine line between madness and vision, between delusion and hope. He's mad, certainly, but he's also the only one who still believes in the possibility of magic in a world that's becoming increasingly mechanical and mundane. His windmills stand as monuments to a particular kind of medieval madness, the madness of refusing to accept that the age of miracles is over, of insisting that there's still room in the world for impossible dreams and impractical ideals. You've come with me on this journey through medieval madness, from dancing plagues to possessed nuns to delusional knights, and you might be wondering what it all means. What can these strange episodes of collective insanity tell us about the people who lived through them, and perhaps about ourselves? The first thing to understand is that medieval madness wasn't really about madness at all. It was about stress, pressure, and the human mind's remarkable ability to find creative solutions to impossible problems. All of these episodes, from the most tragic to the most absurd, were reactions to truly unbearable situations. Think about the dancing plague of Strasbourg. This incident wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was occurring during a time of terrible hardship. The city was dealing with famine, disease, and social upheaval. People were dying of starvation, the economy was collapsing, and there seemed to be no hope for improvement. In this context, the dancing plague becomes not a mysterious supernatural event, but a perfectly understandable psychological response to unbearable stress. When your world is falling apart and you have no control over any of it, sometimes your mind finds ways to take back control, even if those ways seem completely irrational. The dancers couldn't stop the famine or cure the plague, but they could dance. They could turn their helplessness into action, even if that action was ultimately self-destructive. The possessed nuns of Loudoun were dealing with their form of impossible pressure. They were expected to be perfect, to suppress all human desires and emotions, and to live lives of absolute purity in a world that was anything but pure. Their possession gave them permission to express all the anger, sexuality and rebellion that their religious vows forbade them to acknowledge. They found a loophole. As nuns, they couldn't be angry, lustful or defiant, but as possessed people, they could. The demons served as convenient scapegoats for human emotions that lacked any other outlet. The children of the Children's Crusade were reacting to a distinct form of pressure, the strain of existing in a world that appeared to have lost its direction. The adult crusades had failed, the church was mired in corruption, and the promised kingdom of heaven seemed farther away than ever. The Children's Crusade was an attempt to return to a pure, simple faith that could succeed, where adult complexity had failed. Even Don Quixote's madness makes sense when you understand it as a response to a world that had lost its sense of meaning and purpose. He couldn't accept that the age of heroes was over, that the world had become mundane and mechanical. His madness was a form of protest, a refusal to accept that magic and wonder had no place in the modern world. What's fascinating about all these episodes is how they spread. Medieval madness was contagious, but not in the way we typically think of contagion. It spread through suggestion, through the power of shared belief, and through the human tendency to mirror the behaviour of those around us. When you saw your neighbour dancing uncontrollably, part of your mind began to wonder what it would feel like to let go of control so completely. This incident tells us something important about medieval society. It was a world where the boundaries between individual and community were much more fluid than they are today. People lived in close proximity, shared common beliefs and fears, and were highly attuned to the emotional states of those around them. In such a world, psychological distress could spread rapidly. But perhaps the most important thing these stories tell us is that the human mind is remarkably resilient and creative. It rebels against the unchangeable, finds ways to cope, and expresses the inexpressible in impossible situations. Sometimes these coping mechanisms look like madness to outsiders, but they serve important psychological functions for the people experiencing them. The dancing play gave people a way to express their despair and helplessness. The possessed nuns found a way to rebel against impossible expectations. The Children's Crusade provided hope in a hopeless world. Don Quixote's delusions allowed him to maintain his ideals in a world that had abandoned them. In the end, medieval madness wasn't really about losing one's mind. It was about finding alternative ways to use one's brain when conventional approaches failed. It was about the human spirit's steadfastness in the face of seemingly insurmountable circumstances. These episodes remind us that the line between sanity and madness is thinner than we like to think, and that sometimes what looks like madness from the outside is actually a perfectly reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances. They also remind us that we're all connected in ways we don't always understand, and the distress of one person can become the distress of many. So the next time you're facing impossible circumstances, remember the dancers of Strasbourg, the nuns of Loudoun, the children crusaders, and the Knight of La Mancha. Remember that the human mind is endlessly creative in finding ways to cope, to express, and to hope. And remember that sometimes the most rational response to an irrational world is to embrace a little madness of your own. After all, in a world full of windmills that pretend to be giants, maybe the crazed ones are the only ones who see clearly. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St. Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of she had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalind Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibres changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion, yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognizing that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Bernal. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Bernal, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigour. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as Ding. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marvelling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s, with a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigor could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the poliovirus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside and carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and polio virus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction method she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognised his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinised correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unravelling TNA's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallised Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterisation sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work. amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential, meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman, someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, You might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern, and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good Spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well: the poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful, orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, the entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers, or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, that finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil, a servant of Satan. The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court, details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, he's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question. If the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent, and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realisation that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, What would you choose? The question haunts you because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Easty, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous. Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Easty's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Easty is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. The witch trials will eventually end, discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten. The judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger, it's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures, it's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines and sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Miltman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence." Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. "Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction." This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, saved for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. The social order flipped, observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week." This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many Depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialised professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. "Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table." My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tyres became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items. Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, clubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. "After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life." This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation. It represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. "Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down," said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. "Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organisation traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution centre and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAW leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton, First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement houseworker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organizing. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterized this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, colored people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanization. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighborhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labor by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular Depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during Depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts state psychiatric hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. "We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life." Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, Disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in Depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten Depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called Depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade Depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by Depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalised that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses.